at your very left, okay, where there is a
Yeah.
deep downfall. Yes, from there,
Right.
yes. I would go ahead and as a trader, not an investor, as a trader, I will sell the stock because
Okay.
that will get me huge gains. Okay. And when you're building a trading software, okay, you need to keep in mind two things. Is your guy doing a short trading? Okay. Or is he going ahead with the long term? It's called as MIS and CNC. Okay.
Okay.
So what is he going to do? So whatever you have built, it should deliver a value to me as a user. Okay. And that's one thing which for me, your positive, negative, giving me an outlook of 5 years, fantastic. But for me
Okay.
now, and as Atul mentioned, 2030, do you know
Right.
what it's going to be like? Okay. If that would have been proposed, then you're solving my long-term investment perspective. Okay. But if it is giving me a short run, okay, like if I want to invest today at 9:15 when the market starts and want to sell off by 3:20 or maybe 3:15, then which shares should I go for? Okay, that is something which I
Okay.
would look, because I'm not going to trade for a long short, right? I might just play
Yeah.
for an hourly basis, earn quick money and go out. Okay, so that is something that I would look at. Second thing, from my end, if you're building an app or if you're building a product, okay, it should have a user interface, right?
Right. Yeah.
How are you giving it to me, wherein I could input something and get a value out? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's something which I couldn't get, is because see, you are product building a product as a coder. Okay, in the end, it's going to be utilized by someone. And for example, if you're looking at trading, this is currently being used by every common man after COVID. Okay,
Right.
everybody wants to get into it. So suddenly, if I see something like a blue and a red screen with so much of a jargons and libraries, I'll be like, sorry, what am I doing over here? So honestly, for me, I was like, okay, technically fantastic, looks good to be built in 18 hours or something. Okay, fantastic outcome. But value driven, uh, I don't know what should I do. So things from my end, yes. Don't deep dive straight away into a code. Okay, get
Yeah.
into a usability mode. Okay, first, is it available for use? Is it fit for use? If it is, and you're able to get some output, then get into the code explaining what it is, because that's your technical, right?
Right.
A product will only sustain when it has value in the market. All right. So I think that's my feedback. Uh, but I'm not negating what you guys have done. All right. It's
Okay.
fantastic to be
Thank
delivered
you.
in 18 hours. Super. Okay, but maybe you got some smaller tweaks, which Atul
Yeah.
mentioned.
Yes. Yes.
From a technical perspective, he's spot on. So please fix that. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe in the next upgraded version, or if you want to make this live somewhere, I think if you could incorporate that with a GUI, which a
Yeah.
user can use, okay, would really make sense, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and one more thing, Yash, one more feedback from my end would be, uh, you are means like you are in pre-final year, right? You're in final year or in which year?
I'm in second year now.
The second year. You
Second
have
year.
2 more years to end up your college. My
Yeah.
suggestion would be, don't always rush for auto built libraries. Always try to build it from scratch, because you will get to know your coding loopholes. Secondly, you will get to know about algorithms more and more, because machine learning, technically sounding, saying big algorithm names like logistic regression, NLP, LSTM, that's, sounding, it always sounds very fascinating. But actually, when you use it, you'll get to know what's the real, fact of it.
Right.
Bits and pieces. So never ever, it's a feedback for you and your team also. Never, you are in second year, never ever run for any auto built libraries.
Okay.
Just right now you have built a Flare. Flare is an auto NLP library that is built
Right.
on the top of PyTorch.
Hmm.
Try to build a code from your scratch, because if you come onto a real industry, you won't go for auto NLP libraries or something and present it to a client or any product managers.
Right.
He or she will yell at you that what you have done. So you have to build something from scratch, use some coding, so that would make much more efficient to it. overall it's fine, as Shripad said, it's very amazing. But yeah, technically what loopholes I found, it's you are in second year, you can grow more and more. So what
Right.
technically I found, I just pointed it out, and you have to build something from scratch, try to code it, because using auto NLP library, and anywhere your code gets distracted or disrupted, you can't fix it. Trust my
Right.
words. If you have written code from scratch, you can fix it. If you've used auto NLP libraries or any auto libraries, and if codes get blasted, in real words, in real world, it's said that code fat gaya. So if it gets fat gaya, so you can't fix it back.
Okay. Yeah.
So my sincere feedback will be like this. So you can just focus on coding, build something from scratch, and presenting it as Sripad says, presenting it to the GUI. You can use Streamlit. That's an amazing Python library you can use for GUI right now. I'll also show one use case what I have built at the last of the session. I'll give you a project idea that how things are going on. At the last of the session, I'll show you. Till then, it was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you're done.
Yeah.
So we'll go on to the next participant.
Yes, what was your team number 33, right?
33. 33.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
So
Yes,
can I
you
leave
can.
now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Team Phoenix is here. So Team Phoenix, just to tell you all again, please switch on your camera and respect the 15-minute limit, okay, of presentation, because I'll have to stop you if you go further.
Okay.
Okay, so you can start.
Sure. Yeah, just a minute. Okay, so the screen should be visible.
Not yet. It's loading, I guess.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible, guys.
Yep.
Is it visible? I have loaded the screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all the jury members. Today, I've seen Phoenix, including me, Arya Madhukar, and my friends Arya Patel, Pranjit Tiwari, are going to show us our product that we have built. First, we're going to discuss the problem statement.
Sir, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting in between, buddy, I can't hear you. Or is this a problem with Atul also?
Yep, same.
Yeah, if somebody else can present it, or if you have a network problem, that would be appreciated.
Hello, you cannot hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but sometimes we lost you.
Okay, just let me know if it happens again.
Yeah, cool stuff. And speak a little louder so it could be more clearer in case if you miss out. Yeah.
So first, we're going to discuss the problem statement, then the solution that we have created, and then the benefits that we have for using our product. Next, the problem statement. So to give a rough idea what the problem statement is, that the tools that are available right now for an investor to choose which stocks to trade, to buy and sell, they are quite complex. And if you look at the technical analysis tools, the candle charts and all the price patterns, they are difficult for a newbie to understand. So to counter that, we have made a product that uses natural language processing, which basically extracts the information, the text data from various news sources that we get, and tells us the rough sentiments that the investor should have about that particular stock and company. Next slide. So our solution is comprising of three parts. First, we have created a page where the user manually enters the text, and then we incorporate NLP to tell them the basic sentiment, whether is a negative sentiment, it is a negative sentiment or a positive sentiment. Then to improve upon that, we have created another page in which the user actually enters the URL link of any news article that he or she can attain, and then we run NLP and various algorithms on it to tell the investor what is the basic sentiment. And then for an add-on feature, we have also included technical analysis tools where the user can enter a ticker symbol and the solution is going to show the price patterns, the historical price patterns, the PE ratio, and the rest of the data for that particular company. Next slide. So first we are going to discuss is the first problem statement in which the user manually enters the text data. So in this, the user will enter the text data. Then we use NLTK library. When we use stop words, this is all imported from the NLTK library. So stop words basically includes a, and then a is the, then port stemmer, which basically cuts down the word to its root form. In stemming, basically the root form isn't like not necessarily a true English word. And then word count and bag of words, where let's say if there is a line in which say the Russia attacks launches missile attacks on Ukraine, so missile attacks, these words will be added to the bag of words for the negative or cell. And then we incorporate random forest for the machine learning algorithm. Next slide. So this is the data set that we have chosen from Kaggle. So there are basically labels are basically date, then labels 0 and 1, which indicates whether the stock has dropped or increased on that particular day. And top 1 to top 25 is the headlines of news. Like in a particular day, there is obviously more than one news. So we took the top 25 news for that particular day. Now I would like first of all to show the collab for this.
Yeah, the collab should be visible.
So these are the packages that we have imported. Then as you can see in the df.head, the date, the label, and the top 25 news headlines. Then and then we have removed all the special characters like at the rate, exclamation sign, and we have only taken alphabets like A to Z, and we have deleted the rest of them. Then we have converted any capital letters to lower word, and then we have train headlines is basically appending all the 25 headlines into one feature so that we can analyze it better. Then we did port stemmer, and we use port stemmer to remove all the stop words. And then we made the test and the train corpus. And then we imported sklearn, and then we used count vectorizer. Yeah, and then in the final, we used a pickle. So in pickle, we used the random forest algorithm, and then random forest algorithm, and then we sent it to the stock underscore predict, which is we're gonna import in the Streamlit file. Ignite open. Now here, if the text input is Google Fire employees. Now here, this page is basically used when, let's say, you see a Twitter trending line. So what does so you do not have the exact news article for it. You just see a Twitter trend that Google fires employees. So just to check whether it is a negative sentiment or a positive sentiment, you can do this. So, so here you get that the stock may remain at level or go down. Now I would like Pranjal to show the Streamlit for the second solution.
Yeah, so thank you, Dhairya. So this was our solution one, I would say, the first feature of a solution, which basically took string from the user and gave us a prediction, which was in this case Google Fire employees, and the prediction sort of was the price will remain same or it will go down. The reason being this was a highly supervised learning, and we only had target variable of either it might go down or it might go up. Also, the another restriction was the user had to input the data. So there's always a constraint in how much a user can write. So the next phase of a solution is where we ask user for a website link. So in order to speed up the process, I've kept some user links over here, but this works on all the articles. So the very first article that I have kept is linked to Google. It's a recent news that they have fired around 12,000 people, and we are going to take this link. This is an article from Hindustan Times. So yeah, so we're going to enter the link, and we just have to enter the link. Now this is going to do all the analytics at the behind. Um, so once we enter the link, it's first going to give us a summary of the article. So the whole article is it's not quite big, but it summarizes the whole article into few about 60 to 80 words. And once the article has been summarized, we are going to get the keywords from the article. So keywords are the main points that the model is looking after. So for this to happen, what we have done is basically we have used two modules. The first one being newspaper 3K, which allows me to extract the contents of a news article. I'll rather show the source code first. Yeah. So yeah, here. So I've used article function from the newspaper K, which to which I give my URL. Upon which the article is downloaded, it's parsed, and then we can allow NLP functions on that. So for in order to perform NLP, I've used Flare framework. So Flare framework is going to allow me to do text classifications. Uh, what internal working that we are going after is my model is going to return me the sentiment of the article, that it's either true or it's false, and then it's also going to return me. So depending upon the sentiment of the article and the confidence score, we are going to generate three outputs: either sell the stock, buy the stock, or hold the stock. So I'm just waiting for the output to load. Just a second. Still there?
Just 1 second while it's loading. I just want to remind you, you have 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the article was the Google fires 12,000 employees, and that was quite a negative sentiment over there. So the prediction that it's giving us is sell, and the confidence with it's predicting is 99.98. Had this confidence been less than 70, it would have asked us to hold because the confidence is not high enough. Thus, in different cases, if it's the hold case, we'll get the output in yellow. If it's buy case, we are going to get the output in the yellow color, in a green color. But this still leaves some scope for improvement, which I would ask my friend Arya to elaborate upon.
Good, Pranjal. So far we have had two very good solutions. So we had the user input the text and obtain the output for the same. Whereas we can also enter the URL of any article, and without even reading the article, you know what the conclusion is, either to buy, sell, or hold the stock. But certain users may find it may feel very uneasy just trusting the model itself, and they may want to look at the historical data or the past performance of the stock in order to make their decision. So to do so, we added an additional module with which you can see the historical performance of the stock by just adding the ticker symbol for the company. So let's say we have Google, which has the ticker symbol of GOOG. So we just press the submit button and we have the raw data. This is just the tail of the data frame. We'll be using the Yahoo Finance module or Y Finance module in order to get the data, the historical data. And for plotting purposes, we'll be using Plotly, which is much better than Matplotlib, and because it serves as interactive graphs. So we'll also display the business summary because it's not necessary that the user may know what the company actually does or where the company operates, in which region it operates. So a little bit of summary is always good to have. And next we have the fundamental information. So this is all the technical and the financial details of the company. So let's say the profit margin and the enterprise value and the book value. All of this stuff will help the user make a better and informed decision. And lastly, we have the graph, which is an interactive graph, and you can simply tap a button and zoom in. And you also have data from a decade old, so 10 years data, and you can just scroll the little slider over there to adjust the time frame, and you can also hover over it in order to get the price and the date for the same. And yeah, so you can just analyze the data how much ever you want. And to conclude the presentation, I would say that our model is pretty good. in terms of convenience and providing a one-stop solution, especially for the newbies who don't have much information about how the market operates or how to do trading. And this model can be really useful, especially if you are looking to save time while trading. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think now, if sir, y'all have any questions?
Yep. Hi, folks. First of all, good presentation. Uh, First of all, tell me one thing. I have a question for you. If I am having a stocks of Google right now, cool.
Yeah.
If Google is
Yeah.
firing, will I sell my stocks based on that?
So, sir, when you go after the article, so so ideally in a business environment, an investor might think that if the Google is firing its employees, maybe cutting its down its cost. But when you go and read the article, um, it has a review from it has a LinkedIn post from the employee, which sort of regrets leaving the organization, and then there is a
No,
some words
I'm
from
sorry,
Sundar
you didn't
Pichai.
got my point. I was just asking, like, if I have Google stocks with me, and right now
Yeah,
Google is firing, so should I sell my stocks based on it?
yeah, yeah, sir. So let me load the article. It has the words of Sundar Pichai, who is sort of, not apologizing, but he's sort of, you know, he's sort of saddened by the fact that he has to do this step. So let me just try to load that website. Just a
I'm
second.
sorry,
The
I
browser
think
is
you didn't
hanging.
got my point. Leave it. Okay. So if based on your model, then every investor will sell the stocks of Google. Yep.
No, so if the sentiment, so it's highly dependent upon how the investor is looking at the
Yep. Yep.
news. For the people who are who sort of panic sell, or who sort of go with the flow. So while making the solution, I had two options. I can either go and analyze the sentiment from the title itself, from the title, and then describe how the article is, or I could do the summary of the thing. So in this article, there are eventually words of. Let's just give me a second. So there are words of Sundar Pichai, who's sort of like, we didn't wanted to do this step, but we have to do this. So this is the part I was talking about. Sundar Pichai, in his internal email, he said that this is a difficult news for the company, as this impacts its teams, including HR and corporate functions. So this sort of gives the model a negative sentiment. If the model is not understanding who exactly is Sundar Pichai, but it gives the internal statement that HR and some corporate units, they are not going to function as well as the CEO wanted. So, and even when we were doing the uh, in that effect, so this was the basic sentiment that the model was catching. Uh, Quite conversely, if I look after, so if I can have a minute of you, I would like to look at this article, which was SBI's article, not SBI, it was, I guess, Livement or something like that. And what the article was, that SBI records its highest ever profits. Uh, okay, so I'm having some connection issues. Just a minute. Just a minute. I'll just
The
search
whole
about it.
point was not tell the investor whether you should buy or sell the stock, as you said. Like if you owned a Google stock, so if after the model predicted that you should sell it, what the model does is that it gives the output as what is the overall sentiment around the company. So if the company
Definitely.
is firing people, if company is posting losses in their quarterly results, so that gives a negative sentiment around the company. So that is what the model is predicting. So on the contrary, if the news comes out, or the news article says that HCL reported highest profits, that gives the if you like put the link in the model, it will give the output it will say that it is the positive sentiment that HCL is doing good, they're posting high profits.
Just a minute. So I've put this article. SBI gave out his quarter three result, and this is the result of SBI. So SBI, 1 lakh 50,000 employees, 1 lakh 50,000 employees, 1 lakh 50,000 employees. So this is the result of SBI. 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 So this
I guess we have an internet issue with him.
Article from
Meanwhile,
Feb, but it fits our model. So profits. Just a minute, my browser is hanging. This over here, so it's loading. Just a minute. But yeah, so it's basically giving me this summary, and these are the keywords. Just give it a minute for in order to load that prediction. Yeah, so it's giving me a prediction by it, and it's 98% sure. Um, if you could take another article which gave us 52 prediction, so the prediction keeps on varying, but the thing was it recorded its highest profit, and from the sentiment of the article, the model is sort of predicting how the investor is going to look at the news.
yep, I got your point. Some technical points I would like to mention is that using bag of words would be feasible for your model.
Uh, Using bag of words, I would say. So for my model, I used NLTK's. Just a minute. I used.
No, I guess one of your member, one of your team member who use bag of words. So first of all, bag of words is not feasible to use. It will take a huge memory in your local system, and it create a huge sparse matrix. First of all, bag of words not to
Yeah.
be used. Second, port stemmer is not used for stop words, and LTK has its own stop words, built-in stop words. If you want, you can add or remove it. Secondly, random forest is not an NLP library, NLP algorithm to be used.
Yes. So the biggest. Yes. Yes. Please continue.
Yep. And one more thing. First of all, previous presenter Yash was also there. Same thing. I gave the input again. Time series is not a classification problem. It's a regression problem.
Yeah.
I guess same thing you have done. You have built a classification model on top of it. Right now, if I ask you, what will be the price of Google stock in 2030? Should I buy it or not?
Yeah.
Can you give answer on it?
So we have to look after the recent news that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying what would be the Google stock price in 2030?
In 2030. No.
Yep, in 2030, 2050.
Yeah, sir. No, that it can't do.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the main goal of time series. You have also built a classification model, but it's not a classification. The time series is a regression problem. Same thing that I pointed out for the previous presenter. And yep, Sripad, if you have any.
So the problem statement itself was they wanted us to tell in order to explain the investor whether they should buy or sell. So making it a regression problem would have changed the scope of the system, I feel.
Guys, I have one question, and all three of you, anyone can pick up. Okay, you guys are having a company of your own. All right,
Yeah. Yeah.
and for example, you guys all three are Sundar Pichais. Okay,
Yeah.
you're firing off your employees. Okay,
Yeah.
and I am a investor. Atul is an investor. Okay, you gave me this application to use. I put in Google and it says sell the stocks.
Yeah.
What would you think?
So
I think we definitely need more data if that's what you are pointing at.
No. Just leave data aside. Just come to a usability mode. Okay. You guys three are running a company, fantastic company. Suddenly you thought of firing some employees because you're having some sort of a crunch at your end. Okay. You want to stabilize it, whatever. Okay. You laid off the employees because maybe they are not performing. That could be the least of it. All right.
yeah.
But the application is saying sell the stock. Okay, and this is one of the best application being used across. Okay, for example, Zerodha is an application used across India, right?
Yes.
Zerodha says in its scanner, Google, led by Phoenix, is being laying off employees. You all should sell the stock. And suddenly, everybody who is trusting Zerodha scanner says, "Sell बोला है तो भाई बेचो जाके हमको पैसा मिलेगा करके." And if everybody starts selling, what would happen to your cash or your financial setup in at your end? Do you know what would happen?
A liquidity crisis.
Perfect. What have you done now is you have crashed your own application.
Crash your own company.
So our purpose was just to recommend investors.
Just 1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but like we've exceeded the time limit. The other participants are waiting. So I think you can just like look into the feedback. And it was a good presentation. Just great
Yeah,
insights.
yeah,
Now,
sounds good. So Kushi, we're just closing that off. Okay.
yeah,
Guys, honestly, please look at the scalability and the usability. Okay. From a perspective of technical bit, what Atul mentioned is perfect. Okay. But again, I think you got a better GUI presentation coming out. So if I put in the links and all, and if I'm going to get a prediction as well as a confidence, I think it's a fair job done. Okay, and I respect what you guys have delivered. Fantastic effort. Okay,
Yeah,
not
one more
undermining
short
that.
feedback I would like to mention is that folks, please stop using built-in libraries. Trust my words. When you will start working in the company, you will be devastated if you use auto NLP or auto any built-in libraries. Build something from scratch. I always recommend folks coming into data science industry, build something from scratch, build your code from scratch. Don't go for built-in libraries. It will devastate your coding experience.
So from
Try to
bottom,
build everything from scratch.
so from starting from the NumPy and doing activation function on
No,
NumPy.
not that. If you're building a deep learning model, you have LSTM. You can build layers. You can try and test. Okay, how much layers is which giving which accuracy and how we can test it.
Mhm.
Yep, not from scratch, not from NumPy. You have LSTM. You can inbuilt and you can try out the features.
Mhm.
Yeah, here you use Flare, which is built-in library. You
Yes.
didn't did any coding.
Yeah, for the app one, I didn't. Reason being, it was unsupervised.
Yep,
I
yep,
didn't
yep,
have any,
yep.
I didn't add any data target variable.
Target data.
Can you please mention the team number? Phoenix
So team number 38.
38.
38. Cool.
okay. Thank you, Team Phoenix. So y'all can leave. We already have the next team. Team Hustlers, y'all are here, right?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes.
We are here.
Yes. Okay. So tell them your team number just to begin with. I think y'all are team 36.
Yeah.
Yep, team 36.
Okay. So team 36 Hustlers, y'all can begin. Please switch on your cameras also while y'all present and stick to the 15-minute time limit.
Yeah, can we start? Shirin, you may start.
We can start. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We're team number 36, Team Hustlers, which includes Sam Selvaraj, Pushkar Sawant, and me, Shireen Chan. We present to your project Stonks. Next slide, Sam. So, our main project, the main goal of our project was to use NLP in stock trading, right? That was the problem statement that was given to us. So what we did in this was we used past stock history along with the recent news articles and headlines to predict the highs, the lows, and the closing prices, along with a unique score that advises whether to invest in the stock or not. So we used the past stock history for determining those different prices, and we used the recent news and articles to determine a score which is in a range of -10 to 10 to advise you whether you should invest in those particular stocks or not. Next slide, Sam. So these are the different tools that we used. We made the whole project using Python. Our main platform of usage was Colab for model training, and for the NLP model that we used for determining the score from those news articles, we used transformers directly from the Hugging Face libraries. We also use NumPy pandas for data manipulation. We use TensorFlow to make a time series model, which is a bidirectional LSTM, which will be explained later. We use Streamlit to make a UI for our project. The Yahoo Finance API and Rapid API was used to fetch data for the stock-related data. And finally, we used PyCharm to combine all the different components of a project into one. Next slide. Now, Pushkar will talk about the workflow of our project.
Yeah. This is Pushkar Sawant here. So, so we'll be talking about the workflow. The basic idea is to make the user experience more interactive and easy. So what we thought of is taking the input from user. So user doesn't have to give any much detail. It just the thing is it has to give the company's name. For example, the user would give the input. In the demo part, we'll cover everything. But as of now, what we are going to do is just give an input to the system. So the input would be the company name, and the company name would be decoded in the back. So what we are doing is we are basically doing two things. So first thing is sentiment analysis, and the second thing is time series forecasting. So the first, for both of them, we have used the API. For the first thing, that is the sentiment analysis, we have used a fine-tuned word-based model, which is a transformer model. Uh, so it is fine-tuned on basically the finance data. The whole point of using the transfer learning technique is to just get a analysis, a score that is whether it's a positive sentiment or it's a neutral or a negative sentiment. On the basis of that, we have structured some formula that would be discussed by Sam later on. The second thing, that is the time series forecasting. We have used the convolution layers. We have made the model right from scratch, which would even again be shown in the demo and in the code section. For dealing, as we know, it's a sequential data. We have used bidirectional LSTMs. We have used tagged LSTMs, and we got pretty good results. And we trained on a few data sets, but the first data set which we chose was Amazon's data set. And finally, we get to predict the high, the low, and the closing price. So if the user, okay, why high, low, and close, though even that might be a question. So if the user wants to invest in one stock, for example, if it's Apple, so Apple ka, what is the predicted low of that of the current day? What is the high? What is the closing price? That is something which we thought the model predicts in the backend, and that gets rendered in the front end for the user to see. And the live demo, how the data is fetched, would be explained much more in detail by Sam. I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah, Sam, you can carry on from this slide. You can show the demo also.
Yeah, so thank you, Pushkar. So first of all, we built this basic web application to act as an interface for users to use. So we see how we've taken data. So first is the historical data we had to take from an API. But before that, we needed what we call as ticker symbols for stock names, because all the APIs require that symbol to be passed into their endpoint so that we can get that data. So for that, we use one API which converted normal language company names into ticker symbols and returned the ticker symbols. And these ticker symbols were then sent into Yahoo Finance API that we found. And in that API, we found historical data up to 30, 40 years, which we thought can be used to train our LSTM model and all that. We also plotted a line chart over here for the users, and then printed the current price using that API. And after that, we wanted news headlines and descriptions for our sentiment analysis part. So we again used another API which was based on Yahoo Finance API to extract recent headlines and news description regarding the company name entered by the user. So once we get that, we pass that into the BERT model, to generate a sentiment score. There are three categories basically. The first is the positive, then neutral, and negative category. So according to that, we average out. We take about 10 to 15 news articles and generate scores for each article, and then we find out what is the most probable sentiment for the company based on the recent news. So this finally we get that score, and then we generate a score between -10 to 10, and according to that we suggest the user whether they should buy the stock or not. So that's our project. So this is our web application.
So
I'll quickly jump on because guys, I think for me, this looks spot on. Okay, let me be very honest. Okay, but you need to show me a live mode of your product running. Okay, so play on with your application and maybe put in a stock like Asian Paints. Does that sound good to you?
Uh, the thing is, right now this model, the API that we used wasn't available for NSE and BSE company.
Okay,
So
flip it.
that's why.
Forget NSE, BSE. Pick up any company that you like. How about Apple? Is somebody taking a time? How much time
So
did it
yeah, yeah. So
take to
it takes
respond?
some time. Yeah, yeah. So the thing is, ki we have a separate model for the low, high, and the predicted price. So that's the reason there are three models running. So they
Okay,
are doing the prediction.
Actually,
That's the reason it's taking little time.
perfect,
But yeah.
perfect.
So
So can I see what's the prediction like?
yeah, one
uh,
second.
Oh, it's still loading, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying please don't buy these stocks,
yes, sir.
and this is your judgment after analyzing data from 2014, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're passing past 10 years data into the model that we have trained to generate a score. And then another thing we basing our judgment on is the news articles, recent news articles. And according to that, we do a sentiment analysis and decide whether the
Okay, I have two more questions. Okay, can you show me something which tells me to hold my stocks? Do you have something?
like a company.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we tried Netflix.
Okay. Whilst
No,
this
so
is
you can see
running,
on the left side, you can see. So the thing what is happening is it's rendering the chart, which you can see in front of you. And the left side, it is rendering all the latest news of that company, latest, right from the current last five latest, or 2023's latest. So that gets rendered on the left side, and simultaneously it is processed also using the sentiment analysis, which I mentioned. And that's why it's giving a score. You can see in the center analyzing the recent news articles. So if the user wants to see Baba, which article is he seeing? So left mail, they can see the top five we have just considered, not far, only five top five, which the Netflix, which we have taken from the using the API, that is getting processed, and we get a score. So here we can see a 6.20. So definitely it recommends ki, you should invest in the stock. And one more thing I like to point out, due to the time constraint, we couldn't include much parameter. We were planning on including certain parameters because to make it a user friendly, he should see certain parameters. Okay, yeah, okay, these parameters are there. Okay, then I'll invest. But due to time constraint, we couldn't do. But we were planning to install PE ratios, the customers, the promoters holding, and various other things we were planning to mention. We were even planning to mention that if it's a blue chip stock, something like that. But due to time constraint, we couldn't do. So yeah, just wanted to point out this current stock, and the NSC and the BSE stock we couldn't fetch. Like the API weren't there, or I don't know. Like we fetched the data of the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, got
All
it.
the other,
Pushkar, one quick question. Have you built a model on time series?
yes, definitely. I've built.
Can I see a demo on it?
Definitely. Sam?
What?
It's the two notebooks,
Stacked
the
LSTM,
notebooks, the time
model.
series models.
Ah. Which one is it? Time series right now.
Yeah.
No, not in this code. In the form of UI.
It's integrated into this web app actually.
Okay, can I see that? Can you predict me the Apple stock price? Okay, Netflix stock price after 2017, after 2027. What will be the stock price at year 2027?
Sir, for that, so that is something. No. We have not taken. We can do that, but we have to do that in the backend. Like we can do that, but we haven't. What you're saying that we haven't integrated that
Yep, got you.
of next 10 years or next 20 years. Ka you are saying, na?
Sam, can you put the stock name as Apple? I'll show you one thing.
So extremely sorry it's taking this time. I'm extremely
I got
sorry.
your point. Yep, stream it takes
Three
time on local machine.
three models are running, so that's the reason it's.
Yep. See one thing. What's your current price here?
137.8.
What's your predicted price?
169.
And how you're gonna sell the
169.
stocks? If my price is increasing, then why will sell my stocks? You got my point?
So the
Those
stocks, the data that we've collected for the stocks is a little old data, but the news articles are a little new. So that's why
Yeah, I
there's a
got your
big
point.
difference over
But see
there.
the correlation.
I know,
Based on the
I know.
news articles, you are gonna never sell your stocks. You're always gonna sell your stocks based on the numerical data. Google
Right.
is firing 1 lakh employees. That doesn't concerns me. If I'm invested in Google, I'm not gonna sell my stock. If these are the numbers, current price is this and predicted price is this in Apple, I'm never gonna sell my stocks in Apple. Either if the if it fire any number of employees. According to your model, if you have delivered it to the worldwide, but what your model is showing, please don't buy these stocks, or please sell
so
these
that
stocks.
is so that is also considering no. That is considering the it's doing the text processing, right? So it's taking the recent headlines, and out of that it is predicting, and on the basis of that it is saying you don't buy. That is the whole
Yeah, I
idea.
got the point, Pushkar. Actually, the stock
Yeah,
price prediction is been done on numerical data, never on
numerical
actual
data.
data. Yeah. The overall
Yeah, so
presentation is awesome and an awesome work. This was an amazing thing what I was expecting. One thing, if you have if you have integrated into the website, if I can see the demo of that, price prediction at 2027 or 2030, that would be a much great sense
yeah.
for a user.
For a
Like
user,
Yeah.
definitely.
I can just put the year number and I can get a prediction out of it. So amazing UI, amazing work. Yep.
Yeah, sir, but I like to just a small thing. I just wanted to make it sound like so the data, it analyzes the data by taking it from the till the last day, yesterday. If you can see now, it takes till yesterday because user, if he or she is sitting today, he has to see the past data. Na? Like if he wants to invest, he'll see from yesterday to last five, whatever, like that. From that point of view, we have considered. Your point is also correct, but our point was like this: like if the user is sitting, let's say for tomorrow, so tomorrow till today it will analyze the data. That's how it's working. That's the reason you can see now the graph 2023. We can zoom in also, not here, but it's there in the API. So it's still yesterday, or what you can say, if I want to do it till tomorrow, it's still yesterday, like that we thought of putting. But your point, like if I want to invest in 27, that can be done. That is the forecast. That is only we did. No, that can be done. There's a function, but yeah, I agree. For user, it would be better. Yeah.
Okay, so y'all are done. Sir, do y'all have any more questions or any feedback or anything?
I honestly would like to commend you guys. Fantastic job done. Okay,
Thank
this is
you
the
so
best
much.
that I've seen till now. Okay, so good work done. Future scope it. Okay, because this is very essential, guys. And made in India hona chahiye yaar. NYSC, BSc, NSC, BSc, there are APIs available.
Definitely, sir. Even we were discussing that thing, but API there was some issue, technical issues we were
And
facing.
we
That's
did,
the reason. Our main target was that
yeah, our
only.
main target was that, but then time constraint ke wajah se we couldn't explore that part freely. But then yes, we can definitely.
Just putting a humorous touch. Fantastic job done. Okay. I honestly liked it. Good work. Please try to future scope it.
Yes.
If given a chance, try to monetize this, because if you can really get this with that correlation which Atul mentioned, I think this is something which I am keen to look at, because at least it gives me an option to look at a long trade, not a short trade. Okay. I can invest, but I can't trade with this app. Listen to it very carefully. There are two different words to it. I can invest with this app, but I cannot trade with this app. Okay? If you can understand these two meanings, okay, I think you would know how to future scope it. Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Full stop.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you,
What's your
guys.
team number you said, guys?
36.
36. So cool stuff. Thanks.
Okay, so next we have team 46, team depreciated. And are they here? Yeah, I think Pranav is here. Pranav, you can start screen sharing and switch on your camera. And just to remind you, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, just a second, my teammate is
Yeah.
fine. Is my camera good? Okay. Hello. So, Rishabh is also here. Is my screen visible? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, judges. I am Rushabh, and I'm
And
joined by
I'm Pranav.
yeah, and we are team deprecated. We would like to start out by giving you a brief of the problem statement that we had received and what we focused on from the problem statement. So, moving on to the next slide. So, from the problem statement, the main focus areas were the first of all was to give the investors, which will be the users of our app, to quickly and easily extract insights from news. And these will be insights from recent news articles to predict the performance of the stock data in the future. The second focus area was to help investors make quick decisions by giving them actionable insights. The third focus area was to make a user-friendly interface for incorporating the natural language processing sentiment analysis that we developed into the natural stock trading process of the investor. So showing them the charts, candlestick charts they are used to, and giving them other basic data about the company. And the final focus area was to integrate the NLP tools with the already existing market tools that the investors are using. Now we would like to show you a few screenshots of our app while discussing what went behind implementing them. Yeah, so in the first in these screenshots, you can see that the user first enters a stock ticker name. So right now Meta is entered, which is a stock ticker for Facebook's parent company on Nasdaq. And in the first company details tab, you can see the information the user is provided with is the current price of the app and the increase or decrease from the previous day, today's high, low, and other useful data. Then they are presented with a candlestick chart, and this they can switch between a candlestick chart and a line chart. And finally, on the company details tab, we have shown a basic information about the company and what the company's business is. Basically. And now moving on to the actual core of our app, which is the news analysis tab. So here what we do is when the stock ticker is entered by the user, we in real time like we send a request to our backend for scraping news articles on Google, which would be from the past week or so, and then each news article's title and description is like taken by us and combined to analyze the sentiment of the news. So if it is indicating a downward trend, upward trend, or on and how it would affect the stock's price basically. This analysis has been done using the Finbert algorithm, Finbert machine learning model, which is a specialized model developed on the BERT model, machine learning model, which is one of the most famous and ubiquitous machine learning models there is. So the specialty of the Finbert model is that it is trained to specifically focus on financial texts. Given a huge, it has been trained on a huge financial data set corpus, and this makes it the one of the best performing machine learning models in the NLP space for analyzing financial data. Now, why don't we show you a live demonstration of our app? The app is deployed on this URL. So you can visit this to check the app out for yourself. But for now, Parna will be sharing a screen and showing you the features of our app.
Yeah. So I'll take on from here. So once you enter the stock ticker, it loads up the data as Rishabh mentioned, and you can choose between candlestick and line chart. It will. It also shows you the company info here, and we have 500-day rolling and 200-day rolling also here. And moving on to the news analysis, these are all the news articles that we scraped and analyzed, which leads us to believe that recent news articles indicate that the stock is likely to go down. We have used Selenium for web scraping, and we do it on demand and cache the results so that it becomes faster the next time the same request is made. We have used Plotly to graph all the data, and we have used Yahoo Finance to procure the data regarding the stocks. So if I enter a new stock here, it will send the requesting for Microsoft stock, and it will refresh, and it will show the data for the Microsoft stocks, like the Microsoft Corporation and all. And just a second. Once we head to the news analysis tab, as you can see, the candlestick chart has loaded. So yeah, so all the articles have been scraped, and I would like to remind you that this is happening real time. At the most, you can get our old data, but for the most part, it's really it's happening in real time. Yeah, so I think that concludes it. Rishabh, you are muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying that Parno can actually click on a news article to verify that. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
from
can
the publisher.
go through the news article myself if I don't trust the sentiment, but in our testing, we found it to be accurate.
Are you all done
And,
with your presentation?
No, just
Yeah.
one last point that the sentiment, we receive a sentiment score, but we thought that it makes no sense to show the score directly to the user who would not be able to make much sense out of it. So we've just like simplified it for them and classified sentiments into various levels from strongly positive to the levels are strongly positive, positive and mildly positive, to 3 levels in neutral, and it goes over to strongly negative. And depending on this, the weightage and the overall overall sentiment is then given to the user.
Okay, so just one thing. First of all, Pranav and Rishabh, I'm so sorry. I read your name as depreciated. I'm so sorry about that.
Mm.
And if y'all are done with that, we can move on to the questions and like
Yeah.
feedback. So
Sorry, I was speaking on mute. So, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just go back to the screen? Company detail.
The
Yes.
company details. Yeah.
So this is today's high, today's low. You're saying should I buy it or should I not?
So actually, we have like intentionally restricted ourselves from giving out such a statement because we don't think it's like very fair. But in our news analysis, we are giving out a statement uh, that the stock is likely to go down. So depending on that, you can make your decision.
Okay. I don't want to get into technical. I will leave that with Atul because I think he's a champion giving you the right data points. Okay, and I don't want to malign it further. My simple take on this one is, guys, just go up, just go up. You're saying enter stock ticker. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's the identification code for the stock on the particular short stock exchange.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. What you're doing here is you're delimiting the use of your application. Okay. Why? Your application is going to be used by common man, right? Everyone on this particular interface who's logging onto this application is going to use this application. Is that correct?
Right.
I don't know what is MSFT because I'm a newbie. Okay. I'm going to type Microsoft. And the moment I type Microsoft, I get an error saying key
That
error,
the stock ticker
Microsoft,
is not valid.
trace back and all that stuff. This is the first thing that I will stop using this application. Okay. So please avoid this. You got a beautiful GUI. You're trying to make it a far simpler application. Okay. But don't use the stock ticker. That doesn't make sense. That's one thing that you can change. All right. Second thing is you are building an application, you're building a product so that people use it, right? And the scalability of the product would come into play, and the authenticity of the product would come into play when you emphasize saying, guys, we as experts think that you should buy this share. Okay, you hold this share or you sell this share. Okay, this is something that is required. Your sentiments are being shared, fantastic, that looks good, but overall feedback from your end, like a happy smiley, sad smiley, or a smiley with a neutral face, would make it more approachable. Okay, or would make it more usable for me. So that's one thing from a product perspective. Okay, and also look at what can you give as a thing where a person should do a long trade or a short trade. I think everybody is missing out on that. What you're doing is just showcasing that this is how it should be done. Okay, you can look at this stock, but try to understand people are going to buy stocks in a short period for a long period, so you need to cater to that. That's important. If you want investment, then you need to look at long trade. If you want a short trading sort of a thing, then you do an intraday. I think that's been missed out. That's a key principle that you should look out in this tool. Okay, try to future scope it. Looks good. Okay, I leave now this with Atul to give you more technical bit on this one. Atul, over to you, man.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Right, sir, just if you allow me to point out one more feature. So the point you mentioned about the intraday and short or long. So for that, the chart that we have shown, and if you could just go to that, the chart is like completely interactive. So the thing is that me or Parnam, neither of us were that much aware of the stock market ourselves. So from like the user point of view, we even could not relate. So this is from our understanding of the market that we could do. So the chart that is there is interactive. So I think the users who have done little bit of study over the market can use this chart to like, and the line chart also shows the moving averages. So I think from what I have read, that will also aid their decision.
Yeah, Rishabh, we got your point. Actually, the point of Shripad is that the person like think I'm sitting in Haryana. and I'm using your application. I don't have much insights to use your line chart. I can't hover on your line chart and see, okay, what are the prices going to increase or decrease. There should be something which I think everyone is missing, every participant is missing, is that the time series thing. Everyone is doing classification, but the base of stock price prediction is not classification. It's always a regression. I can't invest or trade using this application. You should have implemented time series where I should have just inputted कि अरे यार 2030 में क्या होने वाला है stock का price का. Based on that, I will buy the price stocks. Based on means I'm not gonna read the news in Shorts or Hindustan Times. अरे Google ने fire किया. I'll let them fire. I'll buy my stocks on prices. Stocks are bought or sold based on the numerical data, based on the prices, never on the textual data. I guess every participant is missing what was written into that questionnaire, the problem statement. I guess everyone has misunderstood that. None of them has mentioned the actual core thing of this stock price prediction. Everyone has just classified it negative, positive. Based on that, no user can invest or no user can put money based on this. UI is great, but on your information you are delivering, no one can put price into or money into any of the companies. Second point on technical, very short feedback. Right now you're in which year? Second year, right? Don't try to use pre-trained models. Trust my words. Going forward, you will need a coding. In interviews, people will expect you to do a live coding. If you're using a fine-tuned BERT model or any of the heavy trained algorithms or heavy trained models, you are just devastating your coding experience. Try to build something from scratch. If I'm your interviewer, I'll jump into your coding and I'll ask you to write a RNN code or a LSTM code. I'm not going to ask you to use a pre-trained model. You got my point, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Build something. You write something from scratch. You'll get the loopholes where I'm lagging. You are using a pre-trained model of BERT. It's doing a great, amazing thing. Same thing can be done by using lots of algorithms, not only BERT. So there are lots of things. So one thing, key thing, what everyone is missing is the time series problem. The actual time series problem everyone is missing, I guess. Stock price prediction. But yeah, overall it's fantastic. Yeah, you can keep it on.
Just one last question, Rishabh and Pranav. Okay, is this a real-time data or is it till January 13?
No, it is real time. So if you
okay, let's get onto this graph. Okay, get into a candlestick mode, and now get me the latest data. Do you have data for January 14?
Yeah.
Can you zoom in more? More? Zoom in your graph. January 20th. Right? Okay, fantastic. You got it. Now you tell me, what is this Q1, Q3? You have any idea about it?
No, honestly, no.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. No, I don't have question. If you don't know about it, then
low and
low
and high, right?
What do you say?
It should be low and high, right?
Yes, absolutely right. Get your naming conventions correct. It's a product, guys. You're building it to monetize it. Understood? And use the terminologies of stock market. It is open, close, high, and low. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Not max, min, Q1, Q3. Okay? People will get confused. Okay? That's it. Honestly, fantastic job done. You got what is needed. Okay? But please try to future scope it. Okay? Do that. And Rishabh, just a feedback as a friend, when you're presenting, okay, don't come out saying we haven't studied this, we don't know about it. No, dude, you are the product owner, you know everything. Okay, even if you don't know, it is okay, but you know everything. That's it. So that should be out. Don't present it saying less time, this, that. It's okay. We all know about it. Okay. But honestly, fantastic job done. Please try to future scope it. It's a wonderful application. You are near, but I think the prediction, should I buy, not buy, is missing out.
Yes.
Good
Code
stuff.
for heart is missing.
Yep.
Okay,
Uh,
so thank you guys. I think you all can look into the feedback. It was an amazing presentation. And yeah, you all can leave if you all want. We'll move on to the next team, which is Team AXL. Are you all here? Yeah, I think you're there in the meeting.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so guys, please switch on your cameras while you are present. And just to remind you, you have 15 minutes. Okay, you all can start.
You
Good
can
evening.
see my screen.
So good
We
evening,
can.
judges. So our team name is AXL. So we are here to present our approach towards the given problem statement. So this is the agenda of our presentation. So starting with the problem statement. So we were given to help investors in making smarter and more effective trading platform and making decisions for them by creating and showcasing a functioning prototype of an NLP enhanced stock trading platform. So moving to the approach, so we created an algorithm and methods for gathering and evaluating meaningful data from sources like the popular news websites and Twitter using NLP based techniques. Based on the user preferences, we suggest and whether he should buy or not based on the number of positive and negative articles for the given company. So what makes our approach unique? So many investors base their decision on information taken from the newspapers or on their instincts. So there's a clear association between investor sentiment and the market prices, where in a way the opinions involve positive sentiments, stock prices in the market tend to rise. So examining the investor opinion through the sentiment analysis methods can be analysis methods can provide meaningful insights into the stock market future. Next slide would be continued by Abhitya.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'll be talking about some of the roadblocks we faced along the way. So in any project we undertake, it's very crucial to know or have some knowledge in that domain. That was one of like the drawbacks or limiting factor which we had because we didn't have that much knowledge of stock market as we would like to have. This led us to thinking that there are like many people like us and who don't understand the numbers and just would want a yes or no or something like this is very good or this is good like of approach to like buy a stock or don't buy it. That was basically the idea of going through with the sentiment analysis. Now, one of the approaches we took here was scraping. So this I'll talk about approach which didn't span out. We took the economic times, stock news and stock price data, which like we achieved like about 70% of the way there. But the problem was there were too many redirects and the action buttons, they were mapped in a very weird way. So this led us to like spending a lot of time or rather wasting time here. And also due to like some of the security measures they definitely would have had due to the like brute force attacks, we had to like just like leave this idea and move forward with another one. Now, another idea we thought of implementing was taking a static data set from like Kaggle and applying sentiment analysis and random forest classifier to it. The problem with here was that we were planning to have something more dynamic on dynamic aspect where you would put the stock name and you would get its sentiment analysis. So this was more static and the data was also outdated. So we didn't go with now moving forward. I'll talk about the solutions which we were happy about to present in front of the jury. First was, as you know, Twitter can provide like relevant and fast data about any topic. So we basically
took like input parameters like the name of the stock and the stock ticker code to search the tweets using these parameters. And we took about 100 tweets per company. Now, like just a minor roadblock we faced here was, again, it's social media. People use slangs or there are spelling mistakes. And these tweets also had like stock metrics, the numbers, and these had links. So stock metrics and links, these are not useful, and rather it would have a negative effect on the sentiment. So we like clean them, remove the stop words, did a case folding, then did tokenization, and finally we did engramming. It was a bigram model we used. So the data we got was cleaned. We removed all the redundant values. And finally, we applied the Vader sentiment analyzer on that. We got the result for like 100 tweets per company. We took their average, and the result is displayed on the third column here. Also, then finally, we grouped them into like neutral sentiment, positive sentiment, and a negative sentiment. This could again finally be used with other stock metrics. So a user would have a more informed decision about their purchase. Now, that was one of the solutions. Now, Anurag will move forward with the other ones.
So the another website we took was of the Live Mint. So Live Mint is a well-reputed Indian financial daily newspaper. So this is owned by HT Media, and it contains the latest headlines about the stock market. So in the first column, you'll see all the headlines, which is sorted by dates. The second column is the sentiment score, which we got from using the NLTK package, that is Vader, which would be explained by Manav. So from these sentiment score, which we got from the Vader, we applied the formula by zero and got whether it's positive and negative. And using the Spacey library, we extracted the company name from the headlines in the very last column.
So the third website which we collected data was from Finviz. So here is the data, the website Finviz. So the logic for extracting the articles from here was whenever we search for a company, it suggests some list of names. So we have so we were able to scrape this company name using our logic that we will first initialize this random names from like random characters of length 1, 2, 3, and 5, and approx 3,000 into 5, that is 15,000 random characters were used to search the company name from Finviz using the suggestion box. From here, we got the company name along with the code they were using. And this is how our database for the list of companies were looking like. So using this database of where we scraped around 6,000 companies along with their code, we use this to get the articles. For example, if I search Amazon, which has a code of AMZN. Here, if I scroll down here, there are a list of articles published by the users. So these headings of the articles were scraped, and we were able to gather around 5 lakh data frame of these articles. Then using using this this database of the company names, we were able to tag them using the Vadar Vadar from NLTK over here. So for this is the how our data frame looked like, where we have the title from the article, the company name, the company ticker, and the source, that was Finviz. We had around 4,60,000 data. And then finally we applied the sentiment analysis of Vader, and we were able to recognize whether it was positive or a negative comment. So basically, after getting data from 3 different sources, that is Finviz, Mint, and Twitter, we then stored them into in our Excel file, And so the final end solution which we aimed was, we created a fast API for it. So here I will search for a company name. So basically now the end user will search for a company name, for example, Vascular Biogenetics, and with the ticker of VBLT. And here, so basically now we will search from our source Finviz, from where we found 0 positive and 0 negative from LiveMint, and then from Twitter. Similarly, I can search for other companies like Coca-Cola. So here we say that the recommendation is positive because we found this number of positive articles to be more than the negative ones. Then similarly for Coca-Cola, we search our 3 different databases of Twitter, Finviz, and LiveMint, and based upon the number of positive and negative articles, we take the mean of the compound which we got from the VEDAR and LTK, and we suggest whether the user should invest in the stock of that particular company or not. So here also the recommendation is positive. Another approach which we did was to make a machine learning model.
Just 1 second. I want to just say that you'll have 3 minutes to wind this up.
Okay.
So just accordingly.
So this was a database which from Kaggle, which was around 3 years old. So it had a list of all the headings with the sentiment. So we trained by pre-processing it, applying NLP techniques and training model. We found that naive-Bayes and random forest gave around 79% of accuracy. We could have used this model to we could have used this model for sentiment analysis on the 3 data, but we found that VEDAR was in some criteria was working better. So here we have, in the future work, we can say that here we have included like 3 different sources. We can like include other sources also, like Yahoo Finance and Economic Times, to expand our database and increase our accuracy. And also these crawlers can be automated to work every few minutes to be updated on the recent articles published by the users. Thank you.
You all are done with the presentation?
Yes.
So we can move on
Yes.
to the questions. So if you have any questions.
Atul, you want to go first?
Yep, I'm just going for some technical things. First of all, what you have mentioned is that people using stock market, everyone can't see numbers, can't understand the numbers.
Yes.
To be very honest,
Yeah.
जो भी trader market में है ना, वो numbers में ही खेलता है. Based on
Okay.
that only he will invest
But
or not.
yes,
Actually,
sir. But this could be like a step in or something like a beginner could use to get into the
Not
world
even
of
beginner
stock market trading.
Yeah, first of all this. Secondly, one more thing will be there, that random forest is not a NLP algorithm.
So we used it for clustering.
Yep. So one more thing, and one more thing is that based on the textual data, again, this is the hard. I guess you are the 5th presenter or 4th presenter. Again, same thing is everyone is missing. In the problem statement, it's correct. It's clearly mentioned. It's stock price prediction. If I am understanding numbers, if I want you to tell that what will be the stock prices in 2027.
Yeah.
Do your GUI gives a present clear answer on top of it?
No.
So major heart, every presenter is missing.
Okay.
That's the major heart of the stock price prediction. And technical wise, yeah, it's awesome. It's good. Keep on going it. Try to add some more points in it, and your work will be done.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and try to build something. Always try to code from scratch. Never use
Yes.
any of the pre-trained algorithms, any auto NLP libraries or something like that. Try
Okay,
to
sir.
implement this, that people who are into stock markets, they don't understand textual data. They only understand numerical data. It's a vice
Yeah.
versa. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
From my end, it's awesome. Keep it on, and Sripad, over to you.
Guys, I like one thing about you is you put in a disclaimer. We got a little knowledge of stock market, and this is what we're going to do. Okay, so I can't shoot more questions. Okay, but let me grill you on something. Okay,
Yes, sir.
what's your problem statement, guys? And in your problem statement, it clearly says investigating ways to integrate NLP with other data sources and tools such as financial indicators and market trends, right?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Financial indicators, where would you get that? And market trends, where would you get that? Okay. I'm not shooting at you saying you're reading news and giving me a sentiment out. That's one sort of a data tool. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Financial indicators are available on the websites. There are individuals who have used Yahoo Finance. Then there are various stock market websites which are available. So you need to grab these, okay? And market trends. Why market trends, guys? Please try to understand. And I'm going to take 1 minute. There is always an upper trend and there is always a downtrend, okay? Always. And there is a flat line. This is what a stock market newbie or any professional would look at. When it is going up, that is bullish. Okay. I'm going to
Okay.
buy. When it is
Yeah.
going down, that is bearish. I'm going to sell. And when it is flat, there is nothing happening. I need to hold. That's it. So what you guys need to do is, okay, you need to understand the basics, okay, go through
Yes,
a
sir.
sort of a basic understanding on Google, okay, and then
Yes,
if you
sir.
would have gone on to the various data sources or tools, I think the presentation would have been far better, okay.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, you would have applied the right techniques like how Atul mentioned. You wouldn't have gone into something like scraping and getting the news and something of that sort, okay. Honestly, as a newbie, what you're saying, I might use it as a sentiment and go ahead. Fantastic, good job done. But tell me one last thing: is your GUI available for me to use?
So, sir,
It's
Currently, it
locally.
is hosted on FastAPI and local host, but we can always host it on Heroku.
Can you share it on your screen and take me through any particular stock? If I am a user, what would I see?
Yeah.
Quick one.
could search for Zomato.
You need to show me the screen which I would as a user see. Huh? Okay, perfect.
So here you can search for Zomato and the ticker of
Zomato in
Is,
capital.
is this sticker required? Mandatory?
Yeah,
for
because
the website data from Mint and Finviz, it is not required, but for Twitter it is required.
Okay. Okay. So
Zomato
Manav,
in capital.
Abhyuday and Anurag, as a
Yes,
newbie,
sir.
would I know what is a ticker?
I guess if you like have little bit of knowledge, like
No, मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है. मेरे को सिर्फ पता है जोमेटो खाने खाने की चीज है. ठीक है, आज मैं इसके स्टॉक बेचने वाला हूँ. तो I go and
okay,
just put Zomato.
yes, sir.
If I have to know ticker, where do I need to go?
We can
Uh,
make this parameter as optional.
Perfect,
yeah,
Manav.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. Okay, you need to adjust yourself when you're presenting. Okay, I know it's your application hard coded. ठीक है, तुमको चाहिए हम उसको ऑप्शनल कर देंगे. ठीक है, at least take a user feedback. All right. So
yes,
don't
sir.
make this ticker mandatory because if I'm a newbie, मैं कहाँ ढूंढने बैठूंगा यार Zomato का ticker? I don't know that, right? चलो ठीक है, you put Zomato. What next?
Then so any company we can take from here, like
Acha, pick anything that you want, chalo. But make it fast. Otherwise, Kushi will kick us out. Perfect. FBIO. Perfect. You executed it. What's there now?
so here it is searching. So from Finviz, it found 152 positive articles and 9 negative.
Yeah,
Now
but what do I need see on my screen? This is
yeah,
your
so
application.
so it is loading. It will say whether it is like whether you should invest or not. So we
Okay.
can invest because the number of so there were like 152 positive, whereas only 9 negative.
Manav, don't go to the screen.
Okay,
Go on to your GUI. Yes, on your GUI, tell me where does it say that I need to buy this?
Yeah,
So
recommendation
recommendation
positive.
is positive.
Okay. So you're saying I am as a user should go into this black DOS prompt like a screen, read what's recommendation and say it's positive, and I can buy
This
it.
is an API which can be integrated with any front end like app or using Flutter or React. This is just a backend API.
So
With
this is not complete, is it?
yeah. So this is the GUI of Fast API.
Mm. Okay. What else do you have?
That's it.
You're saying that's with the news, and you're saying it is recommended to buy it if it is positive. That's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So from my end, I have given you my feedback. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Make it like a GUI. Okay. Look at
Yes.
market trends. Look at financial indicators, and like how Atul mentioned on the technicalities, that needs to be there, guys. Okay. And
Yes.
don't get into this ticker bit, because if you're making it for a newbie, nobody knows ticker. Honestly, it's very difficult to remember. Like what you put right now, fast biotech, right? It is FBIO.
Yes.
हाँ मैं बाय करूंगा यार, मेरे को तो अफ्रीका का एब्रिविएशन भी नहीं पता है.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, I'm so crude here, sorry, but fantastic job done. ठीक है, you guys are amazing skills man, honestly. मतलब तो 18 hours में तुम इतना सब कर रहे हो यार. I think you should have got one direction. Okay, what is needed, and I think you guys would have built an awesome product. अभी तक जितने भी देखे हैं ना हमने presentation, थोड़ा सा वो जो अतुल बोल रहा है ना, इतना सा मिस कर रहे हो तुम. वो शायद everybody is somebody has told you look at news and predict, and look at this particular data and predict it this way, and everybody has followed that sheep. So maybe someone just triggered that thought and you all went through that. थोड़ा सा if you would have gone out and saying नहीं दिख रहा है कुछ, but technical में ऐसे दिखेगा, even that would have been fantastic. ठीक है?
Maybe in a hostel someone has leaked कि ऐसे
हाँ.
बनाना है, that everyone has rushed into the WhatsApp chat.
But future scope it, guys. थोड़ा सा tweaking. Manav, don't be sad. Okay. I liked your presentation. ठीक है? You're super quick on the system. तुम्हारा इंटरनेट अच्छा है शायद, but the way you handled the presentation, मस्त है एकदम. अभी तक I like your disclaimer. हमको आता नहीं है भाई, but इतना कर सकते हैं हम. तो वो भी एक fantastic. So overall, kick-ass. But वो जो जरूरत
Yes,
है,
sir.
that's not out. So
Yes,
guys, that's important to score, right? I like smiling faces. Fantastic job done.
Thank you, sir.
Keep up the
Thank
good
you,
work.
guys. That was a good presentation. I think both of them gave you inputs you all can look into.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're done. Can you just tell them your team number again?
It's 42.
42, Team AXL.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
We're
you.
done.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have Team Deep Mind here. Team number is 14. Okay. Y'all are all here?
Yeah, it's just me and Devanshu.
Okay. So y'all have 15 minutes to present.
Yeah. We can start, right? Yeah. Can you see my screen? Yeah, it's visible. All right, so the solution that we have come up with, we are calling it Alpha Trader, and this platform is going to, I think Atul is speaking to me, or it's not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so if you can go to the next slide, Devanshu. To quickly tell you about the product, it's a platform where we use AI-powered technologies to help people make better informed decisions. So keeping with the central theme of this hackathon, we have used NLP techniques. So we are using a lot of different text data sources. And we're also using some traditional methods like using technical indicators to understand the performance of the stocks based on the historical data. Have you changed the slide, John? So I can see the next slide, please. Yeah, so the main data sources that we have worked with is Reddit and Twitter. These are two social media platforms where people discuss a lot of things. News are shared over here. There are different news articles as well that we are using. Then there are different financial documents that are published by the companies where they talk about their future plans, how like what happened in the particular quarter, things like that. And next, as I mentioned, we have used historical data and technical indicators also to analyze the performance of different stocks. So now I'll be going into each component, how we are using like each of the components that is mentioned here. So next slide. Yeah, so for Twitter, what we are basically trying to do is actually, just to give some background, Devanshu and I both have had this opportunity to work at a hedge fund, and we have understood that text data solely cannot be the contributing factor to like predict stock performances. So even just using LSTM to predict the stock, to understand the stock trend and predict the next prices is not enough. So whatever we are showing here today is just an additional piece of information that a user can keep in mind to take better decisions. So that's our purpose. We are not predicting stock prices. We are just helping them analyze what has happened. So one of the things that we are doing with Twitter data is that we are using the user can input any Twitter page that he likes where news is being shared or people are discussing something. Then on each of those tweets, we use a Finbert model, which is fine-tuned specifically for financial data to perform sentiment analysis. We also extract what stocks are mentioned and what sectors do these stocks belong to. So this way we can get an idea about like what stocks are talked about in a positive context or a negative context, things like that. We can quickly take a pause here and go to the demo where we can show how this is working. Yeah, so this is our landing page. Once we authenticate and go to our app, we have certain options. We'll go to the Twitter one first. Here, we can enter any username. Okay, so let's start with Redbox India. So this is a page which posts a lot about news in the financial markets. So as you can see, and these are very short, precise news. So we can help to like these can help to like do some analysis. So we get some output like this. The bold parts here are the mentions of the stocks. We have the sentiment that the model is predicting and also the sector. So like we can take any example over here. Maybe like if you pause. Yeah, so Reliance is there. We are talking about some net profit of Reliance. And so you can see the prediction is positive. So like this, we can analyze like in which context different stocks are mentioned on these pages. So we can enter any user, we can extract information from any Twitter page. Similarly, we can do this for Reddit as well. So for Reddit, there are different posts, and then there's a lot of discussion going on in the comments in that post. So again, using the Reddit API, we extract like the latest posts on a particular subreddit, and do the same thing as we did on Twitter. That we'll apply Finbert sentiment analysis and find out which stocks are present in positive or negative context. One more additional thing that we are doing here is that we are using an unsupervised method, a model called YAKE, which stands for yet another keyword extractor, which helps to extract the popular topics that are being discussed in those discussions. So this again like gives an idea about like what is the hot topic today, what people discuss today during the market, things like that. So if you can go back to the demo, we can show what the output looks like. It's still the Reddit API is a bit slow, so it takes a few seconds. And plus we are using a BERT model, so it takes it's very fast actually, but the Reddit API is a bit slow, so it takes a few seconds.
Yep. And thing when the Reddit it loads, I just wanted to ask, यार तुम्हारे WhatsApp chat में किसने बोला है कि इसको ऐसे ही करना है?
ऐसे ही करना है मतलब?
not to go on to the key point and just doing on sentiments.
I don't understand the question properly.
My question is that again you have done on the sentiments. It's not the correct way to do a stock market prediction. First of all,
we're not doing predictions. We are just trying to understand what people are talking about these stocks.
And based on that, would you recommend them to buy or not to buy?
No. It's just an additional piece of information that you can use. So that's why we said that the screener actually is still, we'll come to the screener where we are showing, we are using technical indicators and telling people about the sell zone, buy zone, things like that. So this is just an additional piece of information that they can take into account while taking the decision. We are not saying that this is the prediction. We are not saying that if this tweet mentioned talking about something positively about say Reliance, it does not mean that you should buy Reliance. That's not like, that's why I was giving a disclaimer upfront. Here, as you see, like we have this word chart where we have different topics. What is the most popular topic right now in a particular subreddit? We were talking about India street bets, I think, that subreddit. So people are talking about Sony, or mutual funds. There are other mentions of, like, I can see if you can scroll down. Yeah, I think Loris Labs is there, InfoEdge, Excite. These are companies that are among the discussion right now on these subreddits. So, yeah.
I think you gave a disclaimer first, right?
Yeah.
So I guess me and Shripad should also give a disclaimer that Shripad is from UP and I am from Bihar. So explain the stock market, your application in some way that me and Shripad can understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we are a user, right?
Understood.
I am from Bihar, he is from UP. Now you explain your model. Explain the application.
Right. So should I take a pause now and say, or do we want to wait till
No,
the
you can
last?
take a pause and just revert back to the user explanation of your website. Yeah.
Achha, okay. So, Yanshu can go on.
Yeah. So, like, when you just log in and when you just look at the website first, what you see here is a list of stocks. So if you just want to check the price of the stock and the year till date data of that stock, so you could just select any stock and check the price. That's the first thing which we do. The next thing which we can check is we check the Twitter data, Reddit data, like what is the current market sentiment going on for that particular stock, or what are if you follow certain influencers in the market, so what kind of things are they discussing about? Are they positively impacting the stock or are they negatively impacting the stock? Then there is something called earnings. So, when every company publishes a quarterly report, so after publishing a quarterly report, there is a analyst conference call which happens. So in these conference calls, there is a certain transcript which is maintained by the company, and in that they discuss the future vision of the company, the future strategy of the company. But like to us as a layman investor, it's very hard to decode something from this, and like by reading 16 pages or 30 pages of so much financial jargon. So what we did here is we tried to take a transformer model and try to summarize this whole conference call transcript. So that was one thing we did, and yeah, even this takes a little long.
Can you please go on to the presentation? Yeah, bi-directional encoder and decoder.
Bi-directional encoder. We use the BART model for this. The BART model.
Any specific reason for using encoder decoders?
Yeah, because transformers generally perform better in summarization tasks rather than looking at word vector based models. Because we want to understand what is happening.
Have you heard about topic modeling?
So what we were trying to do is we wanted abstractive summarization, not extractive summarization. We didn't want just the keywords. We wanted to paraphrase it in such that it compresses a lot of information in few sentences, not just pick the keywords. So we did the keywords wala thing for subreddit topics because there, like, people have written short messages and we can just extract the keywords. But here, since there's a lot of text and it will be filled with a lot of jargons, all of the keywords that is extracted will be more or less the same, and it would be difficult to make sense out of it. So that's why abstractive summarization was our choice.
Yep, got a point.
Because the PDF is huge, so we have to run it page by page, and we get summaries page by page, and then we just concatenate the whole thing together, and we get one summary at once.
So you're just summarizing the whole topic and giving
the whole transcript. Yeah.
Just giving a feedback that it's good or bad.
Yeah. Not even giving feedback that is good or bad.
Yeah.
Okay, just extracting and presenting in the UI.
Yeah, so if like in NSE 500, we have 500 stocks and each of those companies have given these transcripts out. So it's not possible for everyone to go through entire transcript. So it's better if we just go through the gist of all of that. Every quarter, we can just go through the gist of these reports.
यार मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आती है तो मैं उसका करूंगा क्या? मैं कैसे स्टॉक में इन्वेस्ट करूंगा या क्या करूंगा? मेरे को एक बात बताओ. If someone is not knowing English.
I understand that, but इधर problem क्या है कि NLP पे rely करना for predictions is not possible. We have learned that, and we have learned that hard way as well. हमने दूसरे भी projects किए कि हाँ.
Stock price prediction can be done from NLP.
No, it can be done, but generally we should not rely on it solely as a feature. I mean, it's just one feature for prediction. It can't be the only feature for prediction. That's what we're trying to say. So we need to look at multiple things.
Bidirectional LSTM or LSTM in stock price prediction.
Yeah.
Why can't you rely it?
No, because
we've done that and we've failed.
Between any of the other neural networks and RNNs or any of the variants of RNNs?
No, we are
the
aware. And
problem with
we have,
LSTMs is it will lag in certain predictions. And
No, not lag.
markets don't behave in that way because they will give you gaps in between. And LSTMs cannot capture those gaps. So it will always lag. So that's why we can't solely rely on LSTM. We need to look at text data as well as LSTM. We can't just look at one thing and try to predict it.
Do you know LSTM has one key thing, which is memory channel?
Yeah, it has memory channel, but it will still lag if you try to fit it.
our point is that LSTM is only looking at the past trend. It is not taking into account any other feature. If we take an NLP model, it is just looking at the text data. It is not taking into account various external factors like the actual stock prices or the movement in the stock prices, other news that that are in the market, just the sentiment in the society, which is some things that are not quantifiable. So what we are trying to say is this is just an additional piece of information that a user can use. This is not the end stop. The end solution नहीं है कि ये use किया तो we can guarantee sales or like profits or anything like that.
ये summary के बाद when the user tries to understand more about a stock, ये screener भी है which runs every day. So this screener gives, based on certain technical indicators, the screener will give you the status of the stock, like is it in a sell zone or is it you have to hold the position or whether you have to buy it. So this is also one way to look at it. Here we are trying to give recommendations based on technical indicators. So you can use this as a reference as well as the text data to make your decision. Yeah.
To enable me to take a decision, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's your disclaimer.
Yeah. It won't. Yeah.
Pick up Eicher Motors.
Like, what do you want me to do with
This is Eicher Motors, right?
Yeah.
With this particular graph, what are you enabling me to take as a decision whether I should buy or sell? What should I do? What's the decision that I should take?
So Eicher is currently not in our screener. So here, based on technical indicators, there is no decision you can take. Then based on based on Twitter data.
Perfect. What is it saying? Should I buy or should I sell?
100. Yeah, and then based on current news also there's no decision. So here also, like based on two factors, let's say we looked at the screener and we looked at Twitter. So here there is no decision. That means you should don't touch that stock. Like don't buy or don't sell. Don't do anything with that stock. That's right.
Perfect.
Based on these two parameters, there could be other indicators, other parameters.
In your tool, there are these two parameters which
There are
not
multiple parameters. There is Reddit, there is Twitter, there is the earnings call report. But I showed you screener and the Twitter API, and based on those two, there was nothing special about isomotors that we should do. So you should not.
Perfect.
Yeah.
In your tool, are there any other alternatives? Do you have anything else that tells me I need to look at Eicher whether to buy or sell?
Apart from the screener, there is no direct.
Yeah, mainly there is the screener only, which will give you recommendations. So if there is
So
HDFC
your
Bank,
product is telling me that I should not touch the stock, right?
yeah, Eicher Motors you should not touch. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's if you can just
Based on-
rephrase it.
Yeah.
The screener is telling that these are the stocks which are on the screen where like you can do the particular like operation based on the status column. We are not saying that you should not invest in.
No, Manav, what I'm saying is, well, your tool is telling me, your tool is to enable me to do a decision, right?
Yeah.
How is it enabling me? मुझे buy or sell करना है, क्या करूँ मैं? What is your tool telling me? कुछ मत करो.
नहीं, so from the screener we have these options, right? हम आप जो particular stock बोल रहे हो उसका शायद अभी available नहीं है.
तुम्हारे पास क्या available है वो बताओ फिर.
HDFC बैंक देख लो, HDFC बैंक वो सेल जोन में है.
HDFC बैंक क्या बता रहा है?
सेल जोन ये रहा, देखो टेक्निकल इंडिकेटर्स के हिसाब से सेल जोन बता रहा है.
सेल बता रहा है ना?
हाँ.
बराबर?
हाँ. ये देखो HDFC बैंक चार्ट भी है.
तुम्हें मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है क्या?
हाँ, एक मिनट.
सॉरी मैं बहुत हैंड्स ऑन हुआ गाइस।
नहीं it's okay.
हाँ क्या दिख
दिख
रही
रही
है
है।
तुम्हें?
हाँ दिख रही है स्क्रीन।
तुम्हें पता है क्या तुम क्या बोल रहे हो? मेरे को सेल करने बोल रहे हो तुम?
आप डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे देखिए, आप 1 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे।
अरे भाई ये 1 मंथ का टाइम फ्रेम है।
नहीं मैं तो डेली टाइम फ्रेम की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं 1 मंथ की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
डेली टाइम फ्रेम की बात बाद में आएगी। ये तो 1 मिनट 2 मिनट 3 मिनट अभी तो मुझे दिखाएगा नहीं बिकॉज मार्केट्स आर नॉट ओपन, राइट? सो आई एम गोइंग टू लुक एट अ 1 मंथ स्टॉक। ओके, आई एम नॉट डूइंग इंट्राडे ट्रेडिंग,
नहीं मैं तो
सॉरी
इंटरडे की
ट्रेडिंग।
बात ही नहीं कर रहा। मैं तो हमारा स्क्रीनर डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे चलता है, तो आप डेली टाइम
परफेक्ट,
फ्रेम के
तुम्हारी
हिसाब
डेली
से
टाइम।
सेल। हाँ
अच्छा ठीक है चलो 1 मिनट वाला उठाता हूँ।
नहीं 1 मिनट भी नहीं, वो 1D लिखा है ना, उस पे क्लिक करना है बस।
1 डे।
हाँ हाँ, इसमें अब इसमें
क्या बोल
दिखा
रहे
रहा
हो?
है कि
तुम्हारा
सेल जोन।
स्टॉक, तुम्हारा कॉम्प्लेक्स, ये जो टूल है वो बता रहा है कि आई शुड सेल, राइट?
HDFC बैंक, नॉट HDFC।
HDFC बैंक।
हाँ वो बोल रहा है कि ये सेल जोन में है।
ठीक है, अब मेरी
हाँ
बात सुनोगे तुम?
ठीक है। हाँ हाँ
ये अपवर्ड ट्रेंड है। दिस
हाँ
इज अ
ठीक
बुलिश।
है।
बुलिश गाइस।
हाँ
बुलिश में
नहीं
मैं
बट
क्या करता हूँ?
नहीं, ऐसे ऐसे नहीं, ये तो आप सिर्फ ये बुलिश ट्रेंड देखो ना, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन भी तो है ना, आप सिर्फ ये नहीं देख सकते।
अरे नहीं सुनो ना दिवांशु, दिस इज अ बुलिश
हाँ
ट्रेंड।
हाँ
व्हाट शुड आई
वो
डू? बाय और सेल?
बेस्ड ऑन आवर स्क्रीनर यू शुड सेल।
और अगर मैं घाटे में चला जाऊं तो?
वो तो आपके ऊपर है ना, वो स्टॉप लॉस रख के चलना है ना।
नहीं सो
मैं तो आपकी एप्लीकेशन का यूजर हूं ना, कल तो मैं आपके घर पहुंच
अच्छा
जाऊंगा ना।
एप्लीकेशन, तो फिर एप्लीकेशन में आएगा ना वो, कि जब वो होल्ड पोजीशन या बाय जोन में जाएगा तब आपको एग्जिट करना है।
आई ऑनेस्टली देवांशु, मैं इस स्टॉक में बाय करूंगा, मैं इसको सेल नहीं करूंगा। अगर मैं ये ट्रेंड में हूं ना तो मैं
हाँ हाँ
सेल करूंगा
नहीं
एंड
बट
आई
आप
विल
तो
डू अ
बस वो,
शॉर्ट सेलिंग।
आप बस 4 कैंडल देख के बता रहे हो ना, वो बुलिश ट्रेंड है, बट ऊपर वो रेजिस्टेंस जोन भी तो है ना, वो भी आप देख सकते हो। वो जो हाई है वो अब तक उसने हाई तोड़ा नहीं है ना, वो बस टच करके नीचे आया, तो इट्स
ठीक
नॉट
है,
नेसेसरी कि
मैं
ये बुलिश ट्रेंड में।
देवांशु मैं ट्रेडिंग में आई विल नॉट शट डाउन योर व्यू इज बिकॉज इट्स एन
एनीवन
इंडिविजुअल
कैन।
थॉट प्रोसेस, ठीक
या
है?
राइट।
बट आपका एप्लीकेशन मुझे इनेबल करना चाहिए टू डू इन्वेस्टमेंट एज वेल एज ट्रेडिंग। ओके,
राइट।
इफ आई एम लुकिंग एट ट्रेडिंग it is not enabling me. Trading means intraday, investment means long term.
Right. Trading can mean swing trading as well. It's
So
not
my
necessarily
friend,
intraday. Yeah.
please look into Google trading, intraday, investment, long term. अगर आपका टूल देख
Trading
रहा हूँ,
can have multiple time frames. So you can do swing trades as well based on 1 week time frame or based on daily time frame. It's not necessary that investment can happen only on daily time frame. So
ठीक है,
investment is for
point
wealth proof. Yeah.
point taken.
Yeah.
But my simple thing here is, are you enabling my decision making process?
Based on score, we are recommending. We are trying to enable you to get more information out of this market.
चलो ठीक है देवांशु, you win, I lose.
अरे नहीं यार, ऐसा नहीं होता। अरे यार
See, it's not possible कि हम आपको थोड़े से डेटा आपको ऐसे न्यूज दे बता दे आपको ये buy करना है सेल कर। What we are trying to say is कि ये इन्फो मतलब रेडिट पे अगर ये टॉपिक्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो मे बी पीपल आर अदर incurring a loss because of them or having a profit because of that. अभी उसके बेसिस पे एक्ट कैसे करना है, दैट डिसीजन वुड लाई यूजर पे ना। हम डायरेक्टली
Malan, Devanshu, I am honestly very happy debating with you, ठीक है? मुझे बहुत आ रहा है, क्या ऑनेस्टली बोल रहा हूँ। बट मेरा क्या है मालूम है, मैं एक दायरे में हूँ और मेरा दायरा मुझे बोलता है ये एंड सिंप्लीफाई कॉम्प्लेक्स डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस। भाई मैं बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स हो चुका हूँ, तुम मुझे बताओ मुझे बाय करना है या सेल करना है, उसके लिए तुम मुझे इनेबल कर रहे हो या नहीं कर रहे हो? अगर आपके टूल में आइशर मोटर्स दिख ही नहीं रहा है और आप मेरे को बोल रहे हो रुक जाओ श्री कुछ करो मत, तो मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ मालूम है, ये स्टॉक डाउन ट्रेंड जा रहा है, आई शुड सेल और मैं इसमें से निकल जाऊं बाहर। बट अगर आपका टूल मुझे ये नहीं इनेबल कर रहा है तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ यार ये मैं घाटा कितना दिन तक रुकूं और मैं इसको प्रॉफिट लॉस कब करूं, ये मेरे दिमाग में जद्दोजहद चल रही। दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन माय माइंड। कैन यू सिंप्लीफाई दिस टू सॉर्ट? The answer for me, Devanshu and Manan, is neutral. ठीक है, तो उधर मैं shaky हूँ, and that is where I'm debating to get your thing out. What are you trying to project? Okay, I'm not getting onto your tool. ठीक है, what you have delivered right now, fantastic, कोई problem नहीं है. It's just that वो articulation नहीं हो रहा है मेरे लिए. That's my feedback, guys. Okay, nothing offensive. Please don't take it otherwise. Totally understand your concepts are very clear of trading. ठीक है, but it's not enabling you to simplify it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry I hate to interrupt this discussion, but we have to like move on to the other teams waiting also.
Yeah,
So
can you
yeah,
please mention the team number?
14.
14. Cool.
1-4,
thank you,
right?
guys.
Yeah, 1-4.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Devanshu. Thanks, Manan.
Thank you.
This is deep.
Khushi, when can I get a 5 minutes break?
So anytime you want, if you need a break
Okay.
right now, we can pause for 5.
Just wait for 5
Yeah,
minutes,
no
please.
problem. That's okay.
ठीक है?
Okay.
And
We'll
खुशी,
resume in 5 minutes.
खुशी एक चीज और पता करो, ये व्हाट्सएप चैट में किसने ये अप्रोच
मैं बोलने ही वाली
करने
थी
के लिए
कि आई होप आपको नेक्स्ट टीम में मिल जाए न्यूमेरिक डेटा पे एनालिसिस. आई होप कोई प्रेडिक्ट कर दे.
The thing is what, this 5 minutes break which I'm taking, okay, is just to reconcile. See, guys, honestly, very crude way we are looking at it is because your product, it's your product, right? And we're sticking to what's mentioned in your
Problem statement.
problem statement. It's not enabling me. मतलब तुम क्या कर रहे हो मालूम? I think one more, that Pranav guy also, he was also that team.
Yeah.
We are leaving it on the user. Why would I take your tool if you're leaving it on me? मुझे
Yeah, they
खुद को
said that
आता
it's
नहीं
an
है.
additional information. Decide खुद करना.
हाँ, मुझे खुद को नहीं आता है यार. मतलब why मेरे को क्यों? And मैं उसको दिखा भी रहा हूँ. अभी ये जो दूसरा था देवांशु also, मतलब अगर आपके टूल में वो डेटा नहीं है तो आई एम गॉन. मतलब why would I look at that tool? ठीक है. और अगर आप मेरे को बोल रहे हो सेल HDFC, आज की तारीख में निफ्टी बैंक में HDFC का शेयर इज 6.96. इफ यू आर टेलिंग मी टू सेल HDFC, माय गॉड, मतलब मार्केट ऊपर नीचे हो जाएगा. जैसे मैंने HDFC सेल बोला, माय वाइफ वाज नॉकिंग माय डोर एंड शी वाज लाइक, आर यू ट्रेडिंग? मैं बोला नहीं, मैं ट्रेड नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं बंदे के साथ बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को सेल करने के लिए शेयर. मैं बोला नहीं, क्यों सेल करना है? उसको बोल बाय करने बोलना है करके. दैट इज आई वाज लुकिंग एट हर.
Yeah.
वो वाला
I loved how both of y'all were standing your stands. He was like, "नहीं, according to our model, you have to sell it."
यार खुशी, इन्वेस्टिगेट करो यार, ये किसने लीक किया ये
Yes.
अप्रोच.
Because I can see that the only thing you're looking for is कि कोई predict करके दे दे आगे 10 years
That's
का.
the only core heart of time series.
Yeah.
मैं अगर बिहार का हूँ तो मेरे को इंग्लिश नहीं आती है. मैं क्या करूंगा वो 50 लाइन पढ़ करके? मैं तो सीधा इनपुट करूंगा, ईयर और नंबर डालूंगा, मेरे को चाहिए बस प्राइस. That's it.
Yes, I got that by now. I really hope आगे few teams that are left.
I too hope कि ये चीज ना हो और सीधा नंबर्स पे बात हो.
Yeah. क्योंकि I think हाँ सब वो न्यूज पे कि सेंटिमेंटल एनालिसिस पे ज्यादा.
सबने एक अप्रोच, एक पाइपलाइन किसी ने फायर किया व्हाट्सएप चैट में और
I will investigate, sir. I'm sure. I don't know. Everyone's just thinking alike today. बहुत
सब
सारा.
अगर if everyone is thinking alike, तो किसी ने पाइपलाइन फायर किया चैट में और सब उस पाइपलाइन में घुस चुके हैं.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're following the sheep. Not
Yeah.
good. Well, see, just to reconcile, Atul, I think what I have scored on that, the Pushkar's team is far better off till now in my
number?
scoring. I think that team number. एक बेटा, my screen just went upside down.
Hello.
I think it is 36.
36, yeah, on me also, yeah, it's good.
Just reconciling on it. I think he was at least, his and her, the entire team was at least close to something. And then could be a better thing. So, ठीक है. Other than that, I don't have anything. I think this break is needed. So thanks, Kushi. I think we should start if folks are already on it.
Yeah, I think team kinetic kernel. Yeah, I think I can see all here.
क्या पहले हम disclaimer दे देंगे श्रीपाद कि you are from UP, I am from Bihar.
हाँ, अभी अभी हम डिस्क्लेमर देंगे उनको।
हम disclaimer
देखो भाई,
देंगे।
हमको कुछ नहीं आता स्टॉक में, तुम्हारा टूल है, हम ये यूज करके करने वाले हैं। बेस्ट है। अब तुम बताओ क्या करना है तुमको।
Yep, yeah.
Okay, so team, I'll hear kinetic kernels.
Now audible?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you switch on your cameras?
Yeah.
Okay. So hi, y'all have 15 minutes to do your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all can just start right now.
Yeah, one disclaimer, Team Kinetic. I am from Bihar and Sripad is from UP and we are fully Desi banda, हमें English नहीं आती है. Now you guide me how to use your tool. You got our
Okay,
perspective?
Sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, sure.
We'll try our best. Okay. Yeah. So should I start with the presentation?
Yes, you should. What's your team number you say?
50.
58.
50.
50.
50.
50. Okay, cool.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. My name is Nidhi Vora. I'm here with my teammate Aditya Prajapati to present our work on sentiment analysis for stock market. So before we start, let me just give you a brief outline about the entire presentation. So we start with our problem statement that was given, the motivation behind it, a few approaches and solutions that we've used, and we'll then compare and contrast the results and then move on to the future scope. So starting with the problem statement, we were asked to develop a prototype of a stock trading app using NLP techniques. So now stock trading, as we all know, can be very complex and one has to like properly take calculated risks, evaluate data and then take decisions. So this can be very difficult, especially for beginners like me. Then so that's why one thing that would actually really help us was if someone told us कि अगर हमारा stock बढ़ रहा है या नीचे गिर रहा है. So like at the end, the bottom line is कि if we know कि if our stock is gonna rise or fall, we might be able to make some better trading decisions. So based on this, we thought of making a model that predicts data based on the past, that predicts the value of the stock based on our past data and the recent news. And now I'll explain why news headlines are important. So news headlines obviously can have a significant impact on the market. So positive news hai to they can cause a good rise in the stock price, and if there's negative news, then it can decrease the stock price to a considerable level. Now, news headlines can also affect the investor's sentiment, which will further influence the stock prices. Now, not all the news headlines will have an influence on the market, obviously. So we need to analyze and recognize certain news headlines or certain news topics that will have a certain impact or a potentially good impact on a stock market. So for this, we have used two approaches. The first approach will be explained by Aditya.
Oh, thank you, Nidhi. So for the first approach, we discussed regarding to using the analytical library. So using the analytical library, we took the news headlines and did some pre-processing and created bag of words. And after converted the text using the count vectorizer into the vector. But when we use this data to predict using logistic regression and random forest regression, the results were not that good. And also the accuracy that we got was around 50%. Also, so we thought that using only a headline parameter to filter or say whether that the stock can be bought or not, or whether it will increase or not, is a little injustice done to that. So we thought of including another parameter that is like including like the opening, closing, and the highest, lowest, and the volume of the stocks. So using that, we have created another approach. So in that approach will be explained by Nidhi.
So the second approach is sentiment analysis. In order to analyze our news, the recent news and recent news headlines, so as to get an insight on what a normal user or what an investor is thinking, backed by the previous years of previous, like proper, I think we have 8 years of data of for a particular stock. So for sentiment analysis, as I mentioned earlier, not every news headline is that powerful. So for to recognize the headlines that are actually powerful, we use two concepts known as subjectivity and polarity. Now, subjectivity basically determines whether a sentence or the text is subjective or objective. So whether is it an opinion or a fact. Now, polarity basically tells you the polarity of a sentence. Is it positive, negative, or neutral? So we implemented these approaches using the text blob library, and then we went on to implement a linear discriminant analysis. This is an algorithm which is used to classify data into several predetermined categories. So if we so here we are using a labeled data set that has the news headlines, and as Aditya mentioned earlier, the opening, closing price of the stock, the highest and lowest price of the stock for a particular date. Now, when LDA is trained on this data, we can basically classify a new text as either positive, negative, or neutral. Like the sentiment can be classified as positive, negative, and neutral, and on that we can predict whether the stock will rise or fall. So after applying this algorithm, we got an accuracy of around 94% with precision and recall score of 98%. We further went on to deploy this as a web app, wherein we take the opening price, the highest and the lowest price of that day, and the closing price of that stock, and the volume of stock that were traded. And then we also take news lines in order to perform sentiment analysis. Here we basically plot the graph for the different prices on different dates. So it's like price versus time ka graph. So this was the second approach. Now Aditya will explain the future scope.
So like for the future scope, we have decided like we will be implementing reinforcement learning. So basically we thought like as we know that the sentiment analysis is like working with a lot of human inputs. So just like creating a model that will take the input and do LDA and apply that and not learn on it itself would be unfair. So we thought of using reinforcement learning. So basically in reinforcement learning, we would be using gym.py and stable baseline 3. So basically what does gym.py do? So basically gym.py will be using for creating a virtual environment. So this virtual environment will enable to create an environment that will be giving reward based learning. So suppose like अगर right predict किया model ने, so reward देगा उसको, नहीं दिया तो नहीं देगा. So basically using that gym.py reward based learning would be done, and the model will learn on itself. Also, then the stable baseline 3 module will be used for implementing the DQN algorithm for reinforcement learning. So thank you. That's it.
Should I start?
Are you done with the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all want to display the web app because you'll have some time. So
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Yeah, Nidhi, meanwhile, you display your app. First of all, tell me, you both are all from second year?
No, third year.
यार खुशी second year और third year का WhatsApp chat check करो यार. Highly recommended.
I will now.
कहीं से तो approach leak हुआ है. First of all, tell me one thing, Aditya or Nidhi. Opening price, closing price, or can you please scroll up your screen?
Yeah.
Opening price, highest price, lowest price, or closing or volume of stocks. इसमें मेरा sentiment क्या करेगा?
सर इसमें सेंटिमेंट कुछ नहीं करेगा. सेंटिमेंट सिर्फ न्यूज लाइन के लिए करेगा. तो मैंने जैसे मेंशन किया था कि मैं आपको कोड दिखाऊं सर?
नहीं, कोड आई गॉट. मैंने क्या बोला, मैं बिहार का हूँ and Sripath is from UP. पहला डिस्क्लेमर. इसमें सेंटिमेंट क्या करेगा? कुछ भी नहीं.
नहीं, इनिशियल तो न्यूमेरिक वो ले रहे हैं ना इनपुट, तो इसमें कुछ भी नहीं करेगा। सेंटिमेंट सीधा सिर्फ न्यूज पे जो न्यूज हेडलाइंस हम देंगे उसमें सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस अप्लाई होगा। उसके बाद उन दोनों बेसिकली डेटा सेट को मर्ज कर देंगे।
मतलब आपका न्यूमेरिक एंड टेक्सचुअल बोथ विल बी मर्ज्ड।
या
तो कैलकुलेशन किस पे होगा, टेक्सचुअल या न्यूमेरिक?
दोनों पे।
दोनों पे लिए कौन कौन से मॉडल यूज किया आपने?
सर एक ही, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि हमने पहले क्या किया कि जितने भी न्यूज हेडलाइंस थे ना उसको मर्ज करके उसके सुपीरियोरिटी स्कोर और ये क्या नाम है उसका पोलैरिटी चेक किया। उसके स्कोर्स हमने 0 to 1 के बीच में स्केल किए। फिर उसमें सेंटिमेंट देखा कि पॉजिटिव है नेगेटिव है। फिर उसका कंपाउंड फैक्टर लिया कि कंपाउंड फैक्टर मतलब वो स्केल करता है सेंटिमेंट को कि अगर कंपाउंड फैक्टर -1 हुआ तो वो नेगेटिव होगा। तो वैसे हमने जो हमारा
दीदी जस्ट अ सेकंड, कंपाउंड फैक्टर और पोलैरिटी न्यूमेरिकल डेटा के लिए निकलता है क्या?
नहीं एग्जैक्टली सर, ये न्यूज लाइन के लिए है।
न्यूज लाइन के लिए?
हाँ।
मैं स्टॉक्स खरीदूंगा बेचूंगा न्यूज हेडलाइन के दम पे कि न्यूमेरिकल डेटा के दम पे?
सर एग्जैक्टली दैट्स व्हाट आई एम कमिंग टू। हमने ये सब निकाल दिया तो अभी हमारा जो डेटा सेट है उसमें ये सारे न्यूमेरिक डेटा तो है ही ऑब्वियसली, उसके बिना तो हम प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। उसके बिना हमने प्रेडिक्ट करना ट्राई किया तो 50% एक्यूरेसी आया।
क्योंकि आपने लॉजिस्टिक यूज किया, राइट?
हाँ,
व्हाई टू यूज लॉजिस्टिक और रैंडम फॉरेस्ट?
because regression
First of all, it is
algorithms
not an NLP model. नहीं मतलब लॉजिस्टिक एंड रैंडम फॉरेस्ट इज नॉट योर NLP एल्गोरिथम, इट्स अ क्लासिकल ML एल्गोरिथम। वो तो ऑब्वियसली परफॉर्म अच्छा नहीं करेगा, that is pretty well known. If you know about reinforcement learning and if you are eager to apply reinforcement learning, you should must know that कि वो अब काम करेगा ही नहीं वहां पे, क्योंकि उसमें मेमोरी चैनल है ही नहीं। That's the key difference between classical ML and NLP and various different neural networks. You got my technicality. What I'm saying is that if you're very eager into data science and ML industry, just point the difference. What is the difference between the neural networks and RNNs? Classical ML या कुछ भी, if you're doing any of the classification using sentiments or using any of the thing, classical ML won't work.
Okay,
इसलिए तो रिसर्चर्स हैव गॉन इनटू NLP, RNN, वेरिएंट्स ऑफ RNN, क्योंकि उसके अंदर मेमोरी चैनल्स होते हैं टू रिमेंबर द इंस्टेंसेस। You got my right.
Yeah.
First of all, mistake you did it was using logistic and random forest. To be very honest, that's the thing which I pointed out. Secondly, LDA. LDA is used to summarize your text. It won't pre-classify your data. It gives you a topic of 0101. You have to make our own data frame, pointing it 0 as your politics, sports, or something like that. You got my point, Nidhi?
No, I didn't get this point.
I'm just saying, LDA जब आप train करोगे, you will get a score result into numeric, either 0, 1, 2. It will give you topic. Manually आपको उसको वो बनाना पड़ता है into sports, politics, something like that.
सर बट हम LDA में हम सेंटिमेंट्स वो स्ट्रिंग डेटा दे ही नहीं रहे। उसमें से जो हमने आउटपुट निकाला है, जो मैंने आपको बोला स्कोर्स है, पोलैरिटी और वो सब वो दे रहे हैं। हम डेटा जा रहा है वो न्यूमेरिक ही जा रहा है, इसलिए LDA सोचा हमने।
ओके ठीक है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कोई भी NLP क्लासिफिकेशन LDA से नहीं होता है। LDA is a topic modeling. LDA, NMF, non-matrix factorization and different other algorithms comes into topic modeling, जो in shorts और आपका हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स यूज करते हैं, heavily यूज करते हैं ये algorithms. So it's not for your classification purpose at any point of a time. Classification models are very different. It will give you, it always uses softmax classification, softmax function, e to the power x divided by summation of all e to the power x's. You might have know somewhere. This I'm talking about technical terms. आप उसका polarity लेकर के आप उसको classify करो, उसका कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. To be very honest, what I'm saying is that news sentiment का मैं अगर polarity निकाल लूं और उस पे मैं classify करूं, उससे कोई फायदा नहीं होने वाला स्टॉक मार्केट में. आज स्टॉक मार्केट 10 का है एप्पल का, एप्पल ने कल फायर कर दिया कुछ भी, उसके बेसिस पे थोड़ी उसका स्टॉक मार्केट गिर जाएगा या बढ़ जाएगा। गॉट माई पॉइंट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग?
हाँ, व्हाट्स अ प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट वही था ना।
प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट एवरीवन हैज टेकन रॉन्ग। मैं सबको बता रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैंने खुशी को बोला कि व्हाट्सएप चैट चेक कर दे किसने ये पाइपलाइन फायर किया है। यू आर मतलब आप 6th या 7th प्रेजेंटर हैं एंड एवरीवन हैज टेकन द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट इन अ रॉन्ग वे। किसी ने ये नहीं सोचा कि स्टॉक मार्केट कभी भी न्यूज हेडलाइंस पे प्रेडिक्ट नहीं होती हैं। मैं बाय करूं या सेल करूं वो मेरे को न्यूज हेडलाइन नहीं बताएगा। मैं देसी बंदा हूं, मैं नंबर से खेलूंगा।
तो सर अगर मतलब अभी यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने बोला है कि एनएलपी के कुछ तो मॉडलिंग टेक्निक्स यूज करने हैं फॉर
यूज
स्टॉक
करिए ना,
मार्केट प्रेडिक्शन,
आप यूज करो।
तो क्या यूज कर सकते हैं?
आप एलएसटीएम यूज करो, बाय डायरेक्शनल एलएसटीएम यूज करो, आरएनएन यूज करो, वेरिएंट्स ऑफ आरएनएन यूज करो। किसने रोका है आपको? आप टाइम सीरीज
तो
एल्गोरिथम
मतलब
यूज करो, अरीमा सरीमा
न्यूमेरिक
ऑटो
डेटा
अरीमा।
पे ही एलएसटीएम।
क्यों नहीं यूज करो? और क्यों नहीं काम करेगा? ऑब्वियसली काम करेगा। एमएल देखो, आप इस चीज को बहुत एकदम रॉन्ग वे में इसको आप थिंक कर रहे हो कि हर एल्गोरिथम, कोई भी मशीन लर्निंग कुछ भी आप कोई भी एल्गोरिथम यूज कर रहे हो ना, कंप्यूटर विल ऑलवेज अंडरस्टैंड न्यूमेरिकल डेटा। आप अगर टेक्स्ट भी यूज कर रहे हो ना बैक एंड पे, आप उसको काउंट वेक्टराइज या टीएफआईडी या वर्ड टू वेक्ट ग्लोव करोगे ही करोगे। दैट मीन्स यू आर फीडिंग योर मॉडल न्यूमेरिकल डेटा। तो क्यों नहीं एलएसटीएम ट्रेन होगा? some or the other way, गूगल इट डाउन, क्योंकि कैसे किया जाता है एलएसटीएम स्टॉक मार्केट ट्रेडिंग यूजिंग एलएसटीएम। क्योंकि मैं अगर आपके मॉडल्स अभी जानना चाहूँ कि मैं आई एम अ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर, ठीक है, मैं 10 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा, मैं अगर इसमें बोलूंगा कि भाई 2030 में क्या होने वाला है प्राइस, वो बता पाएगा आपका मॉडल?
नहीं।
मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आती, मैं बोल रहा हूँ मुझे नहीं आती है, मैं उसको पढ़ के क्या करूंगा? वेब लिंक, मेरे पास इनशॉर्ट्स एप्लीकेशन भी नहीं है, मेरे पास हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स भी नहीं है फोन में, मैं क्या करूंगा पढ़ करके यार उसको? You got my point. Everyone has done the same.
Yeah.
You are the 7th or 8th presenter, and everyone does the same. The heart of stock price is missing. Everyone has taken the problem statement in a wrong way. ठीक है? So if you're very eager into data science now, to be very honest, take my feedback as a friend. ठीक है? As you're someone who is working in an industry closely with the clients. If you're building a product, and going it to with your manager or something somewhere, यार वो तुमको खा जाएंगे. If you're not knowing the crisp ना, वो तुम्हें खा जाएंगे literally. This is the fact I'm saying. वो तुम्हें खा जाएंगे मीट में. And you'll be like, यार क्या मैनेजर मिल गया मुझे? You'll be hell. You'll be like, खा जाएंगे वो तुम्हें. So you should be knowing very crisp and details what you're doing into your application. What coding you are writing, you should know about it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is the when you genuine feedback, take it as don't take it as a offensive feedback, take it as a positive. LDA reinforcement learning, ये बड़े बड़े एल्गोरिथम सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है, fascinating लगता है, but when you come down to the real world, then you will think अरे यार क्या ही चल रहा है ये, क्यों ही चल रहा है ये? So this will be the hard feelings. So over to Sripa. I think I've just gone into much details.
Hey, guys, from my perspective, let me put a slight good things around it. Reinforcement learning, fantastic. मैं यही सोच रहा था यार, you guys are building models. Tomorrow, if I want to correct the model, okay, where is that option available? So whatever you brought as a reinforcement model का जो तरीका दिखाया आपने, that is something good, okay, because your model also has to keep on learning on its own. So that is something. I think something different that I saw over here. Okay, now technicalities understood. Okay, now as a user, do you want to test your product? Is that possible? Divya and Aditya?
Yeah, we can, but there is a slight problem though. Like
Yes.
our model is fine, but हमने जब यहाँ पे deploy किया है ना, तो वहाँ पे ये predict function में problems आ रहे हैं. मतलब हमें पता है कि problem है, कि हम कुछ भी डालेंगे ना तो predict सिर्फ same ही चीज कर रहा है. तो हमने जब जहाँ पे कुछ तो error है, हमने सुबह भी देखा था bug है, but yeah, बाकी we can try it. It's not a problem, but yeah, that is a problem.
तो GUI पे नहीं दिखेगा, but backend पे दिखेगा?
बैकएंड पे हाँ दिखना चाहिए. यहाँ पे हमारा मॉडल जो है
चल रहा है,
वो ट्रेन किया है. हाँ सर, चल तो रहा है, मॉडल की एक्यूरेसी भी अच्छी है.
ठीक है, चलो तुम आयशर मोटर्स लो, तुमको मैं ओपन हाई सब दे दूं, चलो।
ओके। हाँ,
क्या है
ये
तुम्हारा पहला सवाल?
क्या सर?
तुम्हारा पहला सवाल क्या है जीयूआई में? व्हाट शुड आई पुट इन?
ओके वेट, आई जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड। फर्स्ट तो अपना ओपनिंग प्राइस होगा।
ओपनिंग प्राइस चाहिए आपको, ठीक है, लिख लो 3489, सॉरी 3227, 3227।
3227।
हाँ, आपका हाई है 3278.85।
वन सेकेंड, और क्या है?
3278.85।
3278.85।
85।
दिस इज
आप,
हाईएस्ट ना? हाँ,
हाँ, आपका लो है
तो
3060।
लो है
हाँ, 3060।
060। ओके।
और मेरा क्लोज है 3150.5।
3150.5। सर वॉल्यूम मिल सकता है, कितने स्टॉक्स ट्रेड हुए?
मेरे को वॉल्यूम है 7.40 मिलियन।
ओके, उसको कन्वर्ट कर 7.1 सेकेंड।
आप कुछ कर रहे हो स्क्रीन पे?
हाँ, नहीं दिख रहा है, कोड नहीं दिख रहा है।
कोड तो दिख रहा है।
हाँ, तो यहाँ पे बस प्राइस डाल रही हूँ वो।
Now I guess Kushi can predict us very better, श्रीपाद, कि कौन सा क्वेश्चन फायर होने वाला है।
नहीं, I see guys, you got the man Atul who is hands on, ठीक है, and I don't want to enter his field is because वो जो बता रहा है is absolutely top notch, ठीक है, IFDIF कोसाइन ये सब जो होना चाहिए वो जरूरी है, बट मैं तुमको ये बता रहा हूँ कि तुम्हारे पास यूजिबिलिटी, फ्यूचर स्कोपिंग, एज अ यूजर अगर मैं ये प्रोडक्ट यूज करता हूँ, ठीक है, टेक्निकलिटी में हम शायद अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे, बट इज योर प्रोडक्ट स्टिल गिविंग मी द राइट प्रिडिक्शन? वैल्यू है क्या प्रोडक्ट में, वो समझने की कोशिश करो। अगर आपके प्रोडक्ट में वैल्यू दिख रही है, ठीक है, एंड यू आर ऑल्सो कम 100% श्योर है प्रोडक्ट में वैल्यू, तो फिर अतुल कुछ भी बोले, श्रीपद कुछ भी बोले, उसको ध्यान मत दो। समझ गए तुम? तुम्हारा प्रोडक्ट वैल्यू दे रहा है तो यू गाइस आर नंबर वन, ठीक है।
सर न्यूज हेडलाइंस के लिए क्या डालें?
तो देखो, अभी यही समझने की कोशिश करो, तुम अभी न्यूज हेडलाइंस भी मेरे से ही मांग रहे हो, राइट? परफेक्ट। तुमने ओपनिंग, स्टॉक, सब कुछ मेरे से ही मांग लिया है, तो आपका फर्स्ट थिंग है द रीयूजेबिलिटी ऑफ द टूल, हाउ यूजफुल इज दैट टूल टू मी? फॉर मी इट शुड बी सिंपल, जस्ट पुट आइशर मोटर्स, दैट्स इट, and the tool should generate everything for me and give it to me. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct, guys?
या
परफेक्ट। तो आपने ये जो एडिशनल डाला है ना, ये एक प्रो इन्वेस्टर के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब एक प्रो इन्वेस्टर जिसको सब कुछ पता है ना, वो ये कर लेगा, ठीक है, उसके लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है इस पर्टिकुलर टूल को यूज करने के लिए। बट इफ आई एम लाइक अ नो मैन, मेरे को कुछ पता नहीं है इस टूल के बारे में, मुझे ये यूज करने के लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा। समझ गए आप? क्योंकि ये ओपनिंग, ओपन, हाई, लो, ये सबको नहीं पता होता है, निधि एंड आदित्य, ठीक है, वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गेट यू। अभी आप जो स्टॉक वॉल्यूम भी पूछ रहे हो, ये किसी और को पूछा होता तो वो बोलेगा मुझे 100 शेयर खरीदने, तो तुम बोलोगे यार मैं वॉल्यूम पूछ रहा हूँ, तुम मेरे को खरीदना कितना वो क्यों बता रहे हो? समझ गए तुम? This is what
या
is something which is not giving me a खरीदू कि नहीं खरीदू ये टूल, ठीक है। चलो, तुमने लिंक मांगा, आई वांट यू टू यूज दैट टूल, मैंने लिंक भी दे दिया तुमको, चलो चैट पे लिंक भेज दिया।
After this, after this, I'm gonna showcase. Be with me, Nidhi and Aditya. I'll show you one use case what I am building for my own project. It's not a company's project or anyone. It's my own project. I'll be showcasing how things are done automatically. आपको कैसे करना है? First do this. I'll after show this.
ये लिंक भेज दिया, आपको मिल गई?
हाँ,
आयशर मोटर्स की है ना ये? इसमें आयशर मोटर्स है? हाँ जी,
नहीं
नहीं है इसमें।
डे ट्रेडिंग गाइड IIFL का सिक्योरिटीज फाइल है
नहीं है ना उसमें।
नहीं है
अगर आप ये लिंक डालोगे तो क्या देगा आपका मॉडल जवाब?
इनपुट लिंक लेगा ही नहीं सर
नहीं लेगा ना, नहीं लेगा ना, बोल रहे हो आप?
नहीं नहीं नहीं
हाँ तो देखा आपने, ये मतलब और एक रोड ब्लॉक है। समझ गए आप कि यार मेरे को डेली का न्यूज लिंक मिल गया, मैंने उठा के डाल दिया, चलो मैं टेस्ट कर लेता हूँ।
अच्छा ओके
समझ गए आप? तो दिस इज वेयर यू गाइस नीड टू लुक एट कि यार इसको मैं हाउ शुड आई मेक इट यूजर फ्रेंडली। ठीक है, तुम्हारा इंटेंशन सही है बट एज ए यूजर ना इट्स नॉट हेल्पिंग मी गाइस। ठीक है,
हाँ मतलब अगर इस पे और थोड़ा अच्छे से टाइम लेके काम करेंगे तो मे भी कुछ हो
बेसिक
सकता
पे
है
ध्यान देना चाहिए था आपने। ठीक है,
हम्म।
आई थिंक यू वुड हैव डन गुड। और तुमको मैं क्यों बता रहा हूँ मालूम है ये सब चीजें? इफ आई शेयर माई स्क्रीन, ठीक है, तुम मेरे को न्यूज लिंक मांग रहे हो, ओके? हाँ, मैं लाइव मिंट पे हूँ, जो फाइनेंशियल वेबसाइट है, काफी अच्छी तगड़ी वेबसाइट है। यहाँ पे मैंने आइशर मोटर डाला है, ठीक है, इट्स गिविंग मी नो रिजल्ट्स गाइस न्यूज में। समझ गए तुम? दिखाओ तुमको, ये देखो। जो फर्स्ट आया यही दिया था मैंने आपको, आयशर मोटर्स। ठीक है, बट ये क्या दे रहा है? डे ट्रेडिंग गाइड, 6 स्टॉक्स टू बाय और सेल। समझ गए? तो मतलब आपने आपका दायरा ना एकदम छोटा कर दिया। यू हैव लिमिटेड योर प्रोडक्ट, डोंट डू दैट, कीप इट वास्ट, वाइड ओपन। अंडरस्टूड? अब मेरे को आइशर मोटर वाला ही लिंक चाहिए, तब जाके मैं आपको कुछ शायद प्रेडिक्शन दूं। थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है।
I'll show you one use case of mine. Let me share my screen. कैसे चीजें automate. Let me share my screen. I hope Sripat can also give his insights on this.
Yeah. So Nidhi and Aditya from my end, honestly, fantastic work. ठीक है, reinforcement learning जो आपने दिखाई है, I like that concept. Make it future scope. I think you are thinking matured. मतलब एक थर्ड ईयर अगर आप हो और you want to make it big, you're spot on. I don't have any issues with that. Also, when you're presenting something, the tool should work, guys. It's your baby, right? If your baby is not working, how would you go and present it? So make sure that next time your presentation is kick-ass and the tool works, okay? And make it user friendly. Just one check, one take, one question mark, simple jawab milna chahiye. Don't make it too long. You're asking too much of fundamental questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Good job done, guys.
Is my screen visible?
It should be. I have stopped.
It is visible, sir.
Yeah. Now I'll show one simple use case. सबको पता होगा automated machine learning application, right? Nidhi and Aditya. So if you're using it, what as a user, what you have to do? You have to just pass in your data set. It's not very, it's a bit tricky. Not everyone can use it. I'll just simply do one thing. Simple diabetes का मैंने एक data लिया है. Cool, let it load. You just आपने अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं किया. You just have uploaded your data set. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, you just got everything here. What is your outcome? You are diabetic or not? 0101. Cool. As a machine learning or a data scientist, what you always do is your EDA part, right? You just have to come and click on the profiling button. You don't have to do anything. This is what the product I'm working on it. It's like you have to just click on the profiling button and every report will be generated here. आपको कुछ नहीं जाना. You just till now what you have done is just chosen your data set. Let it render. Give it some time. Just a second. Yep, it's generating. Yeah, see what as a data scientist, what you do, you just do EDA parts, right? Yep, see every EDA is done for you. Are you there with me, Nidhi?
yes sir
Every EDA is done for you. Every statistic is done for you. If you go on to statistics, minimum 5% Q1, Q3 median, everything done for you. Have you wrote any code? Nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong. सब कुछ मिल गया यहाँ पे. Everything you can watch. You can just scroll the whole screen. ये heat map आपने कभी draw किया होगा. से ये भी आपको नहीं करना पड़ा. Everything you are it's done for you. Just have to click on model building. आपको model चाहिए ना. Here आपको थोड़ा tricky होना पड़ेगा. You just have to know this. This is a classification model. ठीक है? It's like 0101 outcome. Let it run. I'll show you one thing. Shripad can also comment as a product manager, product owner, if I'm delivering him. Yep, you just have to choose input features based on what things you will decide. Just for now, I've just chosen 3 features. My wish as a user. Outcome is fixed. Target is fixed. You just have to click on train model and just give it a second. Things will render at the backend.
So whilst you're watching this, Nidhi and Aditya, okay, what was your future scoping on this?
The reinforcement learning part was a future.
Okay, ठीक. That you guys couldn't build, is it?
Actually,
We
we had
didn't have much time.
yeah, actually we had built the virtual environment, but actually we did not have that data. That
Yeah. Now, Nidhi, you can see it, or Aditya. You'll get a model list, right? You'll get an analysis. You'll get a confusion matrix as a user. Obviously, I'll deliver this to a product manager. Like Shipad is a product manager. I'll deliver it to him. Obviously, he'll have a team of techie guy. Obviously, non-tech people won't use it. See the confusion matrix, classification report. These all you generate by using a code, right? Writing a big codes. This is a PR code, precision recall. This is a model predictions. What we are expecting as a time series, we input something and we get a predictions. What will be the stock price after 30 years or 20 years? Got my point? If I zoom it, you based on this input, what is my label and what are the predictions, what are the values of it? Have you done anything till now? That's Shripad is asking like if you're asking from user कि सब कुछ आप यूजर से ले लोगे तो बेचारा वो क्या देगा फिर उसको वो प्रोडक्ट रह क्या गया फिर you are making it something which is very useful to all the peoples.
Sir, actually we had thought about this CSV part, but we thought like CSV कौन डालेगा, normal user रहेगा तो CSV थोड़ी store करेगा करके.
Yeah, that's I got your point. That is something different. I am building is something different.
Yeah. No means अगर CSV तो मिल जाता तो फिर ये करना ये सब तो कर ही सकते थे हम भी.
Guys, have we done? Sir, I'm
Absolutely.
so sorry to interrupt. Like
We
the other
should
things have been waiting
Khushi, we
for
should
20
close
minutes.
it. We should close it, honestly. But Nidhi and Aditya, don't fall on your faces, please. I told you, if I am a pro investor, I will use your tool. Okay? So there is a scope. I'm not demeaning your entire efforts. ठीक है? मस्त है. अगर मैं pro investor है, मैं तुम्हारा tool use करूंगा. सिर्फ वो news का section fix करो. Is because अगर मेरे पास news ही नहीं है तो तुम मेरे को कैसे help कर रहे हो यार? हाँ?
सर एक्चुअली ना हमारा दिमाग ऐसे मतलब एनएलपी आया ना तो लाइक ओके कुछ तो स्ट्रिंग तो सीधा जाके न्यूज़ पे अटका क्योंकि ऑनलाइन कुछ भी दिखा रहे सब न्यूज़ पे थे सब न्यूज़ प्रेडिक्शन लाइक ओके दिस कैन बी डन तो और फिर
सबने एक पाइपलाइन फॉलो किया किसी ने फायर किया पाइपलाइन ग्रुप में
for us like up till now NLP has been like क्योंकि NLP पे मैंने थोड़ा पहले काम किया था I built some basic chatbots using like NLP so हमको यही लगा कि कोई स्ट्रिंग डेटा लेके फिर उस पे कुछ काम करना रहेगा, इसलिए हम उसी डायरेक्शन में फॉलो किए. It's not like that.
It's not you. Everyone has followed the same direction. But the truth is that it can be done on numerical data also.
हाँ वो LSTM का हमने देखा था,
हाँ,
बट
LSTM का
उसका
भी
एक
देखा था.
नोटबुक भी दिखा था, बट उसमें से सब न्यूमेरिक यूज करने लगे, तो फिर क्या फायदा,
हाँ, so
NLP
like
कहाँ यूज हो रहा
फिर
है?
वही चीज
मैं तो
आ गया
नंबर
कि
से खेलूंगा ना.
नहीं, फिर NLP आ गया ना, फिर
नहीं,
NLP
NLP
किधर है?
LSTM तो
NLP
NLP है तो got my point. Yeah, Shripad, I hope you will accept my product also.
I break it for Khushi.
Just one
Best of luck, guys.
Just one. Sorry.
Yep.
Actually, Atul sir, I've been just entering into this reinforcement learning thing. So I think I need to get into the details. So any resources or which I could explore.
Yeah, trust me, Aditya, don't jump into RL right now. Working as a data scientist, you won't get RL things so easily. People will grind you on your basics and your ML part. Don't jump into RL. First of all, get a hands-on on all the algorithms that are available in the market, like deep learning, computer vision, NLP. RL is something very much advanced ML. For that, you can go on to YouTube and you can just search Stanford website. There they have taught whole NLP series, RL series. But trust me, don't go on to it. If I ask you to explain the LSTM architecture, can you explain it?
Not exactly.
Then why you're jumping into RL? Got my point? As an interviewer, मैं आपको पूछूंगा RL explain कर सकते हो क्या?
Not that crisp जो आप
ठीक, मैं एक सिंपल सवाल पूछता हूँ मैं आपसे. टू द वेरी ऑन आफ्टर दिस वी आर क्लोजिंग द डिस्कशन. ठीक है, मेरे पास एक डेटा सेट है. कूल. उसमें 100 रोज हैं. एक कॉलम है एज, एक कॉलम है जेंडर. एज वाला न्यूमेरिकल है, जेंडर वाला कैटेगरिकल है. उसमें से 20 रोज आर मिसिंग.
हाँ.
उसको मैं कैसे फिल करूंगा यूजिंग मीन मीडियन मोड? क्विक आंसर.
मीन मीडियन मोड.
मीडियन यूज
मीडियन.
मैं कहूंगा मैं मीन यूज करूंगा. क्यों? मेरे को गलत प्रूव करो.
मीन यूज करोगे तो फिर
आउटलायर्स,
हाँ,
मीन इज
outlier change कर
आउटलायर्स.
देगा.
हाँ, आउटलायर सेंसिटिव है ना मीन.
हाँ.
ये तो हमेशा, मैं जरूरी थोड़ी कि मैं हमेशा मीडियन यूज करूंगा. मैं बोला मैं मोड यूज करूंगा, तो अब बोलो. ठीक है,
मोड मेल्स जेंडर के लिए कर सकते हैं, बट मीडियन इज
मोड
प्रेफरेबल
में
फॉर.
भी काम होता है.
हाँ, बट प्रेफरेबल
मीडियन.
मीडियन.
क्यों मीडियन है?
सर क्योंकि सर वही अगेन आउटलायर का प्रॉब्लम जो है.
नहीं, डेटा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. दिस इज द बेसिक जो जहाँ पे आपको सब ग्राइंड करेंगे. दैट्स द आदित्य व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, डोंट गो ऑन टू RL. सबसे पहले बेसिक को कमांड करो. ठीक है, डेटा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पे डिपेंड करता है मीन मीडियन मोड. मीन मीडियन मोड सबको पता है क्या होता है, बट बहुत 99.9% लोगों को मैंने देखा है जंपिंग इनटू डेटा साइंस इंडस्ट्री, दे डोंट इवन नो कि उसको यूज कहाँ करना है. दे ऑलवेज यूज प्री बिल्ड फंक्शंस KNN इंप्यूटर. अगर KNN इंप्यूटर भी तो मीन मीडियन मोड यूज कर रहा है पीछे. तो ऑलवेज यू गेट ऑन द क्रिस्प. यू आर अ फ्रेशर इंटरिंग इनटू डेटा साइंस. कोई आपसे RL एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करेगा. आपके मुंह से RL निकलना भी नहीं चाहिए, ये सोचो. वो बहुत बड़ा पाप हो जाएगा. सो गेट ऑन द बेसिक स्टफ फर्स्ट. हमेशा मीन मीडियन मोड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पे डिपेंड करता है. गो ऑन टू गूगल, चेक इट कैसे होता है वो. तो टाइम इज ओवर. मतलब खुशी अभी she will grind us also. So time ups, and it was a good presentation. What was the team number? 50,
50.
right? Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you guys. Good discussion.
Yeah.
So, sir, I think अभी दूसरे वाले will like be quick with all of these because we have to wrap up soon. So we have next team 67. 67 team number है.
67, cool.
Guys, start 15 minutes to present.
Khushi,
Yes, yes, yes.
just give me the team number again, if you don't mind. 60?
The previous team or this one? 67.
67. And Manan and Devanshu's team was 14, right?
Deep Minds was 14.
Yeah, okay. ठीक है. ठीक है.
Team
So,
67, you all can start.
Yes, so am I audible?
Yeah, Varad.
Yeah. So is the screen visible so I can start?
Yes, tell me.
Yeah, sure. So good evening. My name is Varad and I'm currently studying in an MBA Tech IT 4th year. And I'm here to present my solution on the problem statement given. So it's the basic idea of an application for a smart stock market assistant. So in this presentation, what I'm going to cover up is first is a problem breakdown, actually what the problem is trying to tell us. The second one is the model, the basic idea as to what can be done to solve it. The third one is the technologies used to create a basic prototype of the model. Then fourth one is the NLP analysis as to how the NLP is being used currently and can be used in the future scope in order to predict something more better. The fifth one is the Flutter screen demo, as some demo screens as to how the output will be once the app will be operational. And the sixth one is the NLP in action, as in one method will be explained by me, where I have coded a basic NLP code in order to using the random forest classifiers in order for the sentiment analysis. First, coming to the problem breakdown, the overall problem here is to create an informed decisions in stock trading. So usually all the different applications right now are currently using the previous data, that is the past history data, in order to create some informed decisions as to what the stock price can be. Some auto encoders are being used, but the stock price only doesn't depend on the previous history of the stock market, but it also depends on the external factors here, such as the social media posts or even the news which are coming up, and also the stock traders interview as to how they influence the people in order to take better decisions in stock trading. That is one of the things which creates an assistance to create an informed decision in order to help the trader get better insights and take the right decision while trading. And so this application, the idea of this application is generally to integrate or to assimilate all these different aspects and integrate all together to create a better assistive technology in order to help them create better informed decisions. So coming to the model, this is the basic model which has been taken, and the decision engine has various inputs, but here there are some changes in it. First one is the time series data, obviously, which we are going to train, which is traditionally being used by many of the applications right now to predict the stock prices of the different companies. But in order to, in respect to that, also the news coming up with the companies, such as the mergers or the acquisitions or their performance or their financial performance over the years, which are not present in the form of a data set, but are more present in an unstructured form, is quite relevant enough to influence the decision and to help the stock price fluctuate massively. So the three inputs which have been taken here as first is the news articles. The second is the voice recordings of the experts in stock trading, those who influence a lot of people to take drastic decisions regarding the stock. And the third one is the social media post. Social media posts helps a lot in order to assimilate the ideas, come together. So people come together on this platform and share some ideas, share their views, and some negative comments or the positive comments may influence the stock price accordingly, as people tend to get more abbreviated by the entire situation happening. And once the decision engine takes place, it takes the entire decision to create a smart decision and provide an informed decision to the user. So technologies used for demonstrating how the look and the feel of the app would be are, the first one is the Flutter. So it will be a mobile application, obviously. Mobile application in the sense that most of the people use desks for trading, but obviously for a normal user in his day-to-day life or working personnel, a mobile application is more handy. So Flutter has been used, Flutter can be used for that. The second one is the NLP. So this is a major technology pertaining to the problem statement here for the sentiment analysis of the different unstructured data, which influences all the decisions regarding the stock price. Coming to the NLP for the stock trading. So this is a basic algorithm which I have devised on the basis of the problem. So the overall scenario and the external factors which I have talked about previously are mentioned here. That is, first is the overall company performance through their financial result. The second is the current market trends, how the stock market is and what the traders are are telling as to what are the experts or what are the big bulls saying in the market, and creating an air, a virtual air altogether to influence the stock prices. And the third one is the social media sentiments. Obviously, they play a big role because many people are nowadays moving towards social media to express their views, and it can be positive and negative, which can influence the stock of the particular company. So yeah, first, the solution proposed consists of three parts. The first one is extracting titles from the web pages and analyzing them. So these web pages are generally the news articles which will be present through the NLP, and understanding the sentiments regarding the particular stock. So I'll be explaining in detail further as to how it will work. The second one is extracting tweets through the any APIs which are present. The already company APIs such as the Facebook provides a lot of APIs in order to extract the tweets accordingly, and then applying the NLP in order to understand the sentiments of people towards that particular company as to what are their views and what is their thinking about the same. The third one is the podcast. The podcasts are the most important factor here. So podcasts ideally have a generating function. So the thing is, there is no specific document or specific words typed regarding how the performance is. It is just words spoken, but they influence a lot. So ideally, the podcasts have to be converted first into the machine form so that they can be understood well by the machine, and then the information can be extracted to make better decisions. First one is the news articles analysis. So the major API that can be used here is the Google News. So this one is used for extracting all the data from the Google News website, obviously. And so obviously we can filter it accordingly as to what news we want. So all the titles regarding to the finance or the stock market can be filtered accordingly using this API. Then converting this text into a vector form or a word of frequencies. So ideally, this vector form would consist of all the unique combinations of words that are happening towards a particular company. So the filters would apply here as well. Then comes the stop word removal. The basic stop word removal in NLP is generally removing the words which do not affect a lot in the entire influencing part. So that can be the basic punctuation marks or the is, and all things. And then creating a corpus. The last step is creating a corpus in order to analyze the data, in order to segregate that particular phases, and also understanding the sentiments through creating a particular set and array of positive elements in a particular sentence that can be, and also the negative elements that can be present, which influence whether the stock price would go up or down. This is the tweets analysis. So this tweets can be extracted from the APIs through Twitter or even the Facebook, the posts which are present. Then converting the same methodology is followed out here. That is the stop word removal and the counter vectorization. So the counter vectorization is a very important part here because many of the words that we use are ideally in a repeated format. So this can help a lot in removing the entire repeating words so that they don't influence the entire model which we are building. And then using the ML model to train the data and performing the sentiment analysis. These are some of the Flutter screens which I have developed. I'll show you them in action as well. So this is a basic app as how it would be. The different services which can be present is the watch list, which is present in order to see the stocks in which the person is interested to see in. Search for stocks, so ideally which are present in the NSE, BSE, or even the NASDAQ and all present. And the suggestions is the most important part here, since the entire algorithm will be based on this feature. And the third slide which you see here is the stock suggestions. So these are the stocks which will be arranged accordingly. So ideally there is no backend present here right now, but once the entire code is connected through the API, so we can extract the data and order them accordingly as to how the different stock prices are getting changed. So for example, and these all live information can be taken from Yahoo Fin. So Yahoo Fin is an API itself present in Flutter, which is very helpful to get the live stock prices of all the companies present.
Just 1 second, Varad.
Yeah.
You'll have to wrap up in a minute. So
Yeah,
like
sure.
accordingly.
Yeah, sure. So the NLP in action here. So this is a basic code which I have developed. So this is the entire corpus which is present. I have used a ready data set from Kaggle, which they have assimilated together, which consists of the text as well as the sentiments present. So these are all the tweets regarding to the stock market and the company's present. So ideally, taking that into consideration, once we create all the data duplication, use all the stop word removal process here, we unzip the data and we get it ready through counter vectorization for feeding it into the model. Then comes the sentiment part, wherein the training and the testing happens up. So here the training and testing is a basic random forest. So there will be a train test split, and on the basis of the important words which are present, it will provide the sentiment accordingly. So after training the model, there are still the accuracy score is 78%. So there is a 78% accuracy in predicting that these words, some good words or some bad words or some interesting phrases, are acting as a big part in the stock influence decision. So overall, the accuracy can be improved by using multiple models and aggregating the results all together and then sending them through the JSON format into the application. But that's for the future work for right now. And the last part which I need to cover here is the audio sentiment analysis. So this is a new feature which can be done as a feature scope here. So taking all the audio files and resampling the folder into a required frequency and using the speech to text transcription algorithm, which is provided by Google and many more other companies, in order to convert the speech into text, and then extracting the text file and performing the same analysis altogether and using the different algorithms as the one used before in order to provide a better analysis. And so all these three different aspects, the audio, the social media, as well as the overall news articles present, all these can be created into a weighted factor together for a particular company. So for example, if the audio sentiments are giving up a positive sign that this stock may grow, or in the social media tweets are positive, and if the news articles present are somewhat negative to that person, that the sentiment is not that good, ideally the weighted factor would provide that this stock would ideally grow and you should invest in it. So the conclusion overall, this is how my analysis was done pertaining to all these three factors. And this can be integrated into the application in order to create a more powerful engine. You just not predict the stock prices on the basis of their past history, but also on the basis of all the external environmental factors. Thank you. Yeah.
It doesn't throw us off to showcase how your application works.
Yeah, so ideally, the complete application is not present here. So, for example, right now the screens which I have developed, this can be in the future scope where the Flask APIs can be used to create a different application. So let me show you the screens and the working. So this is the screen, the basic home screen which is present. In the suggestions tab, the code which was used before that, which I showed you, the NLP code, the output of that code and all the other different codes which can be developed, such as the audio analysis, the sentiment analysis accordingly, can be used and culminated together and sent through a JSON format. And this can be ordered accordingly. So this is a particular list style which can be ordered as to which stock is the most better to buy in. So the Microsoft is currently ahead, but why is it ahead? So if anyone wants the particular analysis regarding the same, these are some of the parameters which can be looked upon. And this is the overall, the number of positive impressions as well as the expected stock positions and the demand for the share. These are all the decisions which can be taken on the basis of the different algorithms used. So the number of positive impressions is from the social media analysis, which was done by me in the NLP code. So whatever output comes in, we can show in that there have been some number of instances present which are positive, and you can buy this particular stock accordingly. Similarly, by using the Yahoo Fin, what we can do is integrate the live stock chart so that people can view it in and see what are the changes happening right now. And these are some of the parameters which can be helpful in making an informed decision. So rather than looking up to all the different websites for the particular company's information and going through different tabs altogether, all can be found in a single tab, which is helpful to make an informed decision to the user. Yes, sir, that's how the working will go ahead.
Okay. Atul, you have questions? I'll just take 1 minute in the end to give my feedback. But from the technical perspective, Atul, you could just share your views, please,
Yeah.
because I think after the stop words, the pronouns and then core reference is somewhat missing for me. I don't know. Maybe you could add some value.
I got my point. Yeah, just a quick some suggestions. Bharat, what algorithm you have used? Random forest, right?
So yeah, the random forest has been used for the
First of all, random forest is not an NLP algorithm.
Yeah, so particularly NLP is used for the corpus thing. So all the functionalities present here. So I was not very well versed with NLP as of now, but I've been trying to use it and search for some algorithms. But
NLP
yeah,
is not
so,
restricted to only for corpus.
Yeah.
It can there are variants of varieties of NLP algorithms that can be implemented for the stock price.
Yeah.
Yeah, the major technical thing I would only say it was like random forest is not a good implementation. And as a product owner, Shripad can give you a best insights.
Bharat, for me, with your presentation, you took me to the cloud 9 sort of a level. Okay, I was like, wow, spot on. I want to see the tool now. But unfortunately, you didn't have a lot of time to create it. Okay, and I think that's where is my disappointment. So total understanding, well received. Okay, I think you got the understanding of the product. You know that the stock prices would rise not only with new sentiments but various other factors. So that's well understood. I think on the technical bit, I think we're not getting the right model being used. Okay, the application is still not completely developed. So user experience for me, I don't know what tool I may be using it. So maybe you should have focused on creating the tool with some of the features. Okay, you tried to grab a lot of things: social media, audio, news, and then financial data. I think you should have taken few and made a product which is visible. That lacked for me, but 100% for the idea. Fantastic, good presentation. Mobile app, killer. I think that's where you're trying to get the user experience out, is because I would like to use it on my mobile, not on the web. So full marks over there for me. You aced it. You could have done a legend sort of a delivery if the product would have been ready, Bharat. Is your father into stock market or brother or someone?
Yeah, my father is currently into stock market. Yeah.
You got the right direction. Okay, I think your dad must have told you, or you must have approached your dad. But I think he clearly told you what is needed, and I think you're the first one who got it correct. And when I saw your presentation, I was like, अब भी मेरे को जीरो था जैसा कुछ तो टूल दिखेगा यहाँ आज. But ठीक है, fantastic efforts. Total. I felt it's an awesome experience. So thank you so much. I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, done from my end also. Yeah, amazing, Bharat. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bharat. You can leave. Your team number 67, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next team, are they here? So the next team is team bit by bit, and team number is 4. Are they here? Just 1 second. Yeah. Hetvi and just Hetvi. And Rishit. Hetvi and Rishit, if you could just turn on your cameras.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we can hear you. Again, like you all have 15 minutes to present. So try finishing it in the time limit. Okay. You all can start.
Wait, share screen.
Can you see my screen? Okay, so
Yeah, I think I just give me a minute. I got disconnected. Yeah. Yeah, is my voice audible?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So good evening to one and all present over here. Today, our team bit by bit is going to be presenting the models that we have developed for the project. Ron, thanks. Yeah, so first we'll be looking at what the goal of the project was. We'll be then looking to the description of the project, and then we'll also see a sneak peek of our demo. I would now like to call Rishit. Okay, so the main goal of the project was to successfully predict the stock prices that could help our users to make their decisions correctly. Our approach focuses on how NLP can be used by the traders, investors, and other users to get most out of the textual, numerical, and sentimental analysis. I would now like to call Rishit and explain the first approach of our project.
Hello. So I'll be explain. My name is Rishit, and I'll be explaining the first approach that we implemented. So in this approach, we collected the historical stock data from 2008 to 2016 that we got from the BSC database, and we predicted the average price and the closing price for the next day for that. And we also took headlines from the Times of India database, which had around 3 million labels. So since stock prices are time, like they have a time element to them, so we had to group the headlines according to the time at which the stock prices were changing. So for example, if the stock price of Sensex is 35,000 on 1st January, we were connecting it to the headline, to a similar headline on 1st January that was published on 1st January.
Yeah.
So using that, we got a data set which had around 22 columns, which included the stock information along with polarity and subjectivity of the headline. So yeah.
So
And
I would like to add on to this. So what we exactly did, we'll show it in the code part. Okay. First, I'll show you the demo. We have deployed it on the local host. We take the input as open, high, low, close, volume date, along with the headline. And it will predict the close date and the average date for the next of the stock of the next day. We have specifically worked on Sensex data. It's just a prototype. This can be implemented on any data. This can be trained on any data. So this is what the output we got. Rishit, can you share your screen and explain the code part, the key part? Hello, Rishit.
yeah, I'll just show the code. So yeah, so I'm using a React frontend for the display part and a Flask backend to host the model. So it's a scikit-learn random forest aggressor that I'm using right here. And so the inputs are, as we saw before, high, low, close, volume, adjusted close, and the date and headline. So so using all this data, I'm calculating some required fields like moving averages and rolling volume shocks and close shock and all these other useful data. And currently we are using text block to calculate the polarity and the subjectivity of the headline. This is then fed into our model, which will finally return the prediction. Yeah, so that's it.
I just wanted to add something. Ki polarity is of a headline is the sentence is either positive or negative. That's the output. It is not as a 0, 1. It is as a in float. It can be 0.654 वैसा.
Yeah, we
And
got a
subjective.
quick
Yeah.
question. You used random forest regressor.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you are doing a
So-
classification.
No,
Sorry?
we are not doing a classification with random forest regressor.
Yeah.
Classification we are doing with text blob for only the headline. So after we are classifying the headline, we are feeding the polarity and the subjectivity of the headline into a random forest classifier, which
So-
is finally providing us with the prediction for the next day. Only
So
the
what
next
you have
day.
used for random forest regressor?
So what we exactly did was we took the data of BSC from 2008 to 2016. Then uska we got open, high, close, and all those. Then we took the headline, headline of the same date, okay, from 2008 to 2016 of Times of India. Okay, so the reason we took 2008 to 16 was कि headline का जो data set we got, we thought कि वो थोड़ा important रहेगा वो date match करना. तो हम लोग ने ये दोनों
We are
data
not
set
asking that. I'm just asking that random forest regressor कहाँ पे use किया?
हाँ,
For which
पूरा
purpose?
flow है उसके लिए, flow है उसका इसके लिए.
Okay, you are calculating something using random forest regressor.
Yeah.
What
No,
you are
no, no,
calculating?
Wait. मैं बताता हूँ step by step है. So first ये दोनों data लिया. Then उसके बाद जो stock का data है उसका roll moving average वो सब देखा, analyze किया. Then उसके बाद उसमें हमने 2 columns डाला. One was percentage. Percentage मतलब वो दिन में कितना % up हुआ as compared to previous day या down हुआ. One. Second is shock. What shock is कि वो दिन में प्लस 10% हुआ तो फिर इट विल बी 1, माइनस 10% हुआ तो फिर इट विल बी 0. ये दोनों कॉलम एडिशनल ऐड किया. देन फॉर हेडलाइन वी यूज टेक्स्ट ब्लॉक एंड उसमें से और 2 कॉलम निकाला. वन वाज सब्जेक्टिविटी एंड सेकंड इज पोलैरिटी. नाउ हम दोनों ने जो 2 डेटा सेट मिला है वो दोनों का डेट टाइम जो है ना मैप किया साथ में एंड सिर्फ वही डेटा रखा जो मैप हो रहा है सेम डेट पे. तो ये स्टॉक का प्राइस ये डेट पे ये था एंड वही सेम डे पे ये हेडलाइन रिलीज हुआ था टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में. तो वैसा मैप किया है ताकि जो रिलेशन है वो भी मिले, क्योंकि इनिशियली वी थॉट कि क्या करेंगे कि 2 अलग-अलग मॉडल बनाएंगे. वन फॉर
Still you didn't get my point. मैंने ये पूछा रैंडम फॉरेस्ट रिग्रेसर यूज क्यों किया है इसमें, कहाँ पे?
सो ठीक है, मैं डायरेक्टली उस पर आता. तो ये जो 4 जो हम लोग को मेन मिला है कॉलम्स वो हम लोग ने रैंडम फॉरेस्ट में दिया क्योंकि इट वाज ऐसा न्यूमेरिकल ना. तो इसके लिए इसमें हम लोग ने सेंटिमेंट टेक्स्ट का हम लोग वर्ड we weren't converting word to vector and feeding वो ना to the model. We were converting it into polarity and subjectivity. तो इसलिए random forest में दिया ये and not LSTM या कोई deep learning.
For a technical purpose, random forest is not an NLP algorithm. LSTM is an NLP algorithm.
It is not an NLP. I agree.
So technical part पे you have used random forest classifier or something like that. It's not an NLP क्योंकि task was using NLP algorithm.
It is not NLP, but the reason behind it is कि हम लोग ने text block use करके polarity and subjectivity निकाला and वो हम लोग values use कर रहे for training.
Okay, fine. Over to you, Shripad.
इसके लिए वो नहीं किया. This was the reason. And
if you don't mind,
which tool? Sorry.
The application that you build, is it available to use?
Yeah, Rishit has it.
Yeah, I'll just share my whole screen. Yeah, so is my browser visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the thing.
ठीक है. So these are user inputs, is it?
Yeah, these are user inputs. So due to time constraints, we only made it like only for one day, right? So this is ये आज का price है, or I'm predicting tomorrow's price. But the model can be easily modified to take in continuous input and continuous output also.
This headline also you are asking me to put in, right?
The reason was कि हम लोग को मेन वर्क करना था कि दोनों का बीच का रिलेशन. अभी 2 अलग-अलग मॉडल बनाएंगे वो तो 2 घंटे का काम है, बट हम दोनों को दोनों का रिलेशन करना था. वो कॉन्कैट वो सब में दैट इज समथिंग न्यू. आई एम श्योर कि किसी और ने ऐसा नहीं किया होगा. तो वो
एक्चुअली सबने ऐसा ही किया है. And this was
तो
not the key
contact
point
करके
of stock price prediction. You are, I guess, the 10th one, I guess, or the 6th one. सबने यही किया है. Trust me.
मैप करके
सबने यही किया है. From
I asked
starting
one
to your.
person, उसने बोला कि 2 अलग-अलग मॉडल बनाए, नॉट ऐसा मैप करके दोनों
मतलब
का
ओवरऑल मतलब इंटीग्रेशन इज फाइन, बट ओवरऑल सबने यही काम ही किया है, डूइंग अ सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस. बट एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम वाज नॉट दिस. स्टॉक प्राइस प्रेडिक्शन कभी भी सेंटिमेंट्स पे नहीं होता, ऑलवेज इट्स बीइंग ऑन नंबर्स. आप किसी भी स्टॉक ट्रेडर से पूछोगे ना, वो नंबर्स पे खेलेगा. उसको घंटा मतलब नहीं है कि मैं सॉरी फॉर दिस वर्ड, बट इसको नहीं मतलब है कि मैं टेक्स्ट जाके पढूं या इन शॉर्ट्स या हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स जाके पढूं.
हाँ, करेक्ट.
सो हेडलाइन का यहाँ पे कोई जरूरत नहीं था, बट श्रीपैड कैन यू प्लीज.
नहीं, हेडलाइन डज अफेक्ट. अगर कुछ ऐसा बुरा आ गया टेस्ला के बारे में तो इट डज अफेक्ट द स्टॉक प्राइस.
नहीं, रौनक, I'm not disregarding anything. I'm just trying to understand the tool. ठीक है? Technical understood, no problem with that. Okay. What you're saying is I input these fields. Okay. I input the headlines as the news, whatever it is. Okay. And then you would give me an average price for next day, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And the closing price for next day.
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now certain questions. Okay. Can I use this tool when the market is live?
And the market is live.
I don't think so. No.
No,
it cannot be used.
2008 to 2016 का डेटा, क्योंकि वही टाइम का हेडलाइन वाज अवेलेबल फॉर अस. तो इफ हेडलाइन अभी का मिल जाता है तो इजीली वी कैन डू.
Okay. I'll rephrase my question. This is a full-fledged tool. Okay. But this tool gives me a price for next day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's okay,
Yes,
Ronak. There's no problem. We are working from home. आवाज आता रहेगा. So just concentrate over here. Okay. It is giving me next day price, not the current trading price. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I am in a live market. I've got your tool. I put in everything that you have asked for. I click on submit, but it tells me कल क्या price होगा. Okay. That means I will use this tool if I want to do trading tomorrow.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, I would just like to add on something. If you know tomorrow's price, what would it be? Today, you can make your decision to sell your product maybe. Like if tomorrow's price is going to fall down, you can sell your product today also. If the price is higher than what we have predicted for tomorrow, you can use it for that as well.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to understand the tool. No worries.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Now the last thing. Okay. Where would I get this open, high, low, close, volume, adjustment?
Yeah. So these are just general data about stock prices, and
Where
these
will
can
I
be
get
pulled
it?
from.
Where will I get it from?
Yeah, we can. For now, it is a manual input, but like if I'm given time and resources, we can directly pull it from stock exchange APIs or any kind of APIs that are available.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and headlines can also be pulled from sources like RSS feeds or any kind of aggregators that are able to provide us reliable headlines.
Perfect. You answered my feedback.
Yes.
I have nothing to share now. Okay. So your next future scoping
is to make it live as the question you were asking. Yes, perfect.
Fantastic. You guys are brilliant minds. I am trying to consume everything, and the only thing is you have the answers with you. So guys, when you are building something like this, okay, look at the basics. There are APIs available. Plug in the APIs, makes your job easy. Okay, as a user, I would just want to put in alphabet ink.
Yeah. You would want to put data stock and you want the whole thing. Yeah.
We thought of doing that, but that was a bit time consuming and we wanted to focus more on
We wanted
quantity.
to focus more on
And also, I asked one person, what he did was, मतलब थोड़ा मैं शॉक हुआ था कि 2 अलग-अलग मॉडल बना दिया.
नहीं, ठीक है. See, your delivery, fantastic. I have no questions. But for me, the usability is I can use this tool if I want to trade in stocks the next day. Okay. In my live market situation, I can't use this tool. Okay. That's one particular thing that you need to fix. Second thing is
subjective.
this inputs have to be API driven. Okay. And third thing, very critical, okay? And we gave this as a feedback to Nidhi and Aditya also. I am dealing into Eicher Motors, okay, as a stock, okay? I can give you everything which is available, but unfortunately, there is no news of Eicher Motors.
Yes.
I have a drawback to use your tool.
Yes, yes.
I can't use your tool, my dear friend. Okay, I
But-
can't generate a news headline and put in over there. Your tool will tell me error, keyback error, or whatever error.
Yeah.
So, so a fantastic attempt, okay, but think holistically कि यार कहीं मेरे को न्यूज़ नहीं मिला तो मैं क्या करूंगा यार, मेरा टूल यूजेबल नहीं होगा फिर.
I have one question इस पे.
हाँ प्लीज.
You told कि इतना स्टॉक में अफेक्ट नहीं होता फॉर स्पेसिफिक वो, तो व्हाट विल बी द अप्रोच फॉर दैट, मतलब एनएलपी उसमें फिर कैसे कर सकते हैं?
वापस से पूछो सवाल, क्या बोल रहे हो?
आपने बोला कि कोई तो एक शेयर है उसमें हेडलाइन उसका आता ही नहीं है, तो फिर उसका फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, तो फिर हम लोग को करंट प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट था उस पे एनएलपी वाज मेन फोकस, तो उसमें कैसे हम लोग कर सकते हैं इंप्लीमेंट एनएलपी?
Okay, when you look at trading, okay, or a company data, okay, there is something called as a 10K
10K 10Q,
file.
yeah.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah. 10K
If
and
you
10Q.
would have applied NLP on that, you would have not required anything of this. You see, that's
we were
what
thinking to do that.
that's what I'm trying to tell you, and I'm
Yeah.
telling it to Khushi and everyone here. I am just a consumer over here. Matlab, I am consuming polarity, subjectivity, and the random forest and all sort of things. You are teaching me, but the only thing is, you know your answers, but what is stopping you is, अगर ये नहीं चला तो, अगर ये नहीं दिखा तो, नहीं, don't do that, guys. Your basics are right, just implement it. If you would have got 10K file, no,
हाँ,
जीओआई कुछ और होता था यार.
हम लोगों ने सोचा था वो करने के लिए, हम मैंने एक्चुअली डेटा भी उसका लिया था, बट देन उसका हम लोगों ने प्रोसेस चालू कर दिया था इसके लिए. ऑलरेडी मतलब मैंने एक रिसर्च पेपर पढ़ा था.
I am done. I have nothing more to share. Fantastic attempt, but future scoping करो इसका यार.
हाँ, हम लोग ने एक और अप्रोच किया था, वो भी दिखाने का है पॉसिबल.
हाँ, if Khushi permits, I have no problem.
No, Khushi won't permit. I can send one more small feedback. In the chat, I pasted one screenshot of Google Alphabet, right? Correct me, Shripad, if I'm wrong. Google recently laid off. Cool? And the stock price is increased a bit, plus by 10% or something like that. So, Ronak, you can't say based on the sentiment, stock price grega. Got my point?
Not everywhere. Agreed. Not
just
everywhere.
Give your counter example. कि आप just बोला था कि
for example, if
Elon Musk बोला था ना कि सेंटिमेंट के ऊपर स्टॉक गिर जाता है. गूगल ने 5000 ले ऑफ किए, स्टॉक नहीं गिरा, प्राइस उतना 10% से बढ़ भी गया.
Agreed. वो सब obviously सब कंपनीज में नहीं होगा वो. कोई मैं फॉर एग्जांपल टेस्ला, वहाँ पे अभी इलॉन मस्क कुछ लिख दिया ट्विटर पे या वैसा, तो उसे अफेक्ट होता है.
अलग यार, वो थोड़ा देवता इंसान है, उसको छोड़ दो, उसको अलग करके चलते हैं इस दुनिया में.
वो भी है.
Okay, it was a fantastic. So yeah, we can proceed with the next. What was your team? Our team 4, right? 4, yeah, team number.
दूसरा अप्रोच
नहीं, खुशी थ्रो ऑफ कर देगी, अभी लीव मीटिंग कर देगी वो.
Okay, no problem.
I'm so sorry, we are on a time crunch actually.
What's your team name? Your team number, sorry?
Team number 4.
Number 4.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, Rishabh, and sorry.
Thanks a lot for your feedback.
Nishit and Hetvi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I think next है team Untitles 90, team 90.
90.
90. Team Untitles, and they aren't here. मैं बुलाती हूँ. One second. So just 1 second.
At the back end?
Just two.
Okay, sure.
This one and the one after that. That's it. Just two
Sure.
things. She's just letting them in.
Yep.
Waiting room.
I guess everyone has worked hard, but सबने वही major part miss कर दी है. The major code part of it, everyone has missed
Yeah.
it.
Similar feedback to everyone. इसीलिए.
Yeah. हमने एक ही pipeline पे काम किया है. To investigate किसने ये pipeline push किया है.
I will make sure.
I think that Varad guy.
Yeah, he was amazing. Yeah, Flutter was something amazing. मतलब
Yeah.
unexpected था वो निकल के आया. I didn't
थोड़ा सा
expect it.
डेवलप किया होता ना उसने.
हाँ,
Keeping
वो बहुत
only
amazing
few
होता.
things, he would have clearly
Okay.
pulled it out. Yeah, we
I
have
think so.
a participant, right?
Team Untitled. Hitansh, are you the only one
Hi.
from your team?
Yes, ma'am. I am the only one from my team. Hello.
Okay.
Hitansh?
You have.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. Hitansh, what Kushi was saying is you got 15 minutes. But let me tell you one thing very clear. Okay. Don't waste a lot of time in giving a presentation showing this is how it is, this is what I did. Okay, make it crisp, get onto the tool, showcase
Okay.
what technology you have used. Okay. And show your tool so that you get a lot of feedback from Atul.
Fair enough.
Okay. And if there is anything from mine, happy to share it. But don't get into the problem statement, what you're doing and all that. We
Absolutely.
know about
Okay.
it. So you'll get lot of time. तुम्हारे
Fair
15
enough. Fair
मिनट
enough.
बहुत मायने रखेंगे.
Correct, sir.
ठीक है?
Sir, one more thing. I am going to be running through a presentation. It's not a long presentation. I had kept that in mind. At any point, if you feel like you want, if you're inquisitive, if you want to look at the code, because it's a live prototype, it's not on a server yet. It's just running on my local machine. But if at any point you want to look at the code, please feel free to ask. We'll jump directly into the code. Okay.
We need to see the code.
Yes, sir.
Not
Absolutely.
them.
Then perfect. So I'll just share my whole screen right now.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Are we live? Can you confirm?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So we are going to, okay. So today we are going to be talking about NLP augmented dividend stripping as an investment strategy. So first, for example, so we had been given the thing, we know what we have been given, right? So what is dividend stripping? Let's just get directly into the crux of what is dividend stripping. Dividend stripping is when you buy a stock just before the dividend X date and sell it just after the dividend X date. You keep the dividend and you hope that the stock does not move much, and that is your profit. That is all that is there to dividend stripping. So the difference, if the difference between the stock before the stock price before the X date and stock price after the X date, if it is more than your dividend, you make a loss. If it is less than your dividend, you make a profit. In the most simplest terms, that is all there is to dividend stripping. Now, dividend stripping can be used as a tax evasion policy. We won't be dealing with that here, but it can also be used as a very short-term technical investment strategy. So that is what we are going to be dealing with here in this presentation is how do we use dividend stripping and how are we going to augment that dividend stripping. So a solution, how do you use dividend stripping? You create a tool to find stocks that are conducive to dividend stripping. Now, in an ideal scenario, okay, we'll come back to this graph. In an ideal scenario, the market price of the stock, if the stock announces a 10 rupee dividend, the market price of the stock should dip by 10 rupees. That is in an ideal world, but the world sadly is not ideal. For example, some investors may be like, oh, they announced a 10 rupee dividend. That means they're making a lot of profit. That means they have money in hand. That means this company is doing good. I will invest into this company, which might cause the price of the stock to go further up rather than down as you'd expect on a dividend X date. So the solution we discussed, create a tool to find stocks conducive to dividend stripping. So this is the high level overview of my solution. You have the BSE India API. It is not open, like it is open. It just needs to be reverse engineered. We have the basic computing system. Now this computing system, for me, I use the local machine. It could be obviously placed on your cloud. It could be placed on an AWS server, something. You have a local DB. Right now, when you're using nothing too fancy, simple CSVs, we could obviously port it to SQLite, MongoDB, something. DBs can be switched, can be migrated. That's not an issue. That's not a core tenet of this problem, or the solution rather. Uh, so what does this solution produce? At the end, we are going to see it produce trends and analyses of various stocks, particularly focusing on the Sensex 30. Okay, the 30 stocks in the Sensex, the BSE index, that is what we are going to be focusing on. So step one to any problem regarding data science or regarding any kind of predictions or any kind of data is data collection. How do we get the data that we require to analyze it? So first step towards data collecting is reverse engineering the BSE India API. Now BSE India API has a lot of endpoints. It is magnanimous in its size, but we are going to be focusing on the two key aspects of the BSE India API. One is the equity endpoint, and one is the corporate action endpoint. The equity endpoint is the one that will give you the prices of these shares, the script number, the prices, etc., etc. That is all you will gather from the equity endpoint. And the corporate action endpoint is going to tell you exactly when the dividend was released, the surrounding letter, cover letter of the dividend, then other things. So whenever a company, it declares a dividend, before it declares, it's going to go through a board meeting, is going to be approved by the board meeting, and then the results of the board meeting are then published to the Bombay Stock Exchange. It's freely available because it is regulated. They have to do it. Cleaning data. So now cleaning data is a crucial stage to analyzing any data set, obviously. So now that we have collected our data by polling the BSE India endpoints, we are going to clean the data. So our data is not clean, obviously, because since the BSE API is so huge.
Hitansh, sorry for interrupting you. Can jump on the algorithms and the tool part?
Absolutely, sir. Yeah.
What
So
algorithms you have used here?
okay, sir. So there's so mainly the NLP algorithms are based on are in the cleaning part of the data. It's called the Damirov-Levenstein distance, which is basically how much do you have to edit one word or one phrase to get it to resemble another phrase. So I am not from a NLP domain. I am more from a computer vision domain. So NLP is new to me. Thus, I've employed the more basic techniques of NLP, such as regex, Damirov-Levenstein distance. But I realized we could also have used something like NLTK or word vectorizer to sort of match those words rather than using these sort of more traditional NLP techniques.
I guess Hitanshu, you're taking me wrong. I'm just asking which algorithm you have used for predictions or for calculations.
Sir, this is a tool to help you find. It's a tool to help you find data. It is a tool to help you graph or visualize data. It is not a tool to predict data. We'll quickly jump to how we use this.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking that. Have you used any algorithm for predictions or calculations?
No, sir. There is no algorithm per se for predictions.
Okay, for any sentiment analysis you have used?
No, sir.
Okay, can we jump on the tool?
Yes, sir. So these are some of the. This is a basic skeleton that or the report that this tool generates. You have price trends, the announcement for minus 10 days to X date and plus 10 days to X date. At a glance, you can see these values: X date, announcement date, price at announcement, price at X date, price at. So these are the first four are what you can what's just plotted, what is given to you. Now using this, I came up with a strategy that okay, you're going to buy 3 days before the X date and you're going to sell exactly 3 days after the X date. So we have plotted that in yellow and orange dotted lines. So at T minus 3 days, in the graph, you can see at T minus 3 days, the price was 1263. At T plus 3 days, the price was 1266. So if you had bought Infosys in 2018 at T minus 3 days, or 3 days before the X date, you would have made a profit of not only the capital gains, but also the dividend that you would have gotten before and after the X date. Why the 3-day buffer is because we want the market to stabilize a bit before we can, we invest, or because around the X date, it's going to be a period of maximum volatility. So you want the market to stabilize a bit before we put our money in. So here are some of the reports that we might generate. So this is a similar Infosys 2018 dividend. It gave us at a glance we can see that it gave us a dividend of 20.5 rupees, and the price at announcement was 1162.25, and price at H date was 1238.7. So usually a lot of time dividends are announced well before they are given out. So hence we choose a more conducive or a more predictable period of T minus 3 days and T plus 3 days. So similarly, this is a report from Wipro that the tool generated from Wipro 2021, and so using this tool, I found out that one of the most conducive stocks for dividend stripping is Tech Mahindra. Tech Mahindra gives out a lot of dividends. Their stocks do not have a tendency to dip after the dividend has been paid out.
Hitansh,
So
again, sorry to interrupt you. Can we please get on to the live demo?
yes, sir.
Yep, sure.
So this is the data. So this is the tool. You can just run it. It's going to run on your terminal. It's very simple to run. It's going to ask you enter the Sensex company that you would like to look up, and you do not need to enter the exact company. You can just say something like Infi, okay, which is a colloquial term for Infosys, and it's going to realize that okay, we are talking about Infosys, and so it's going to work for a bit, and then just a second, we'll just let it run.
You
So
haven't
it
built
is
any
going.
UI?
Sorry.
You haven't built any UI?
No, sir. I was there. It was under development. I wanted to build a Flask app for this as a a wrapper around this.
Yep, got your point. So based on your output, what you want to say to me as a user?
So this is Infosys. So basically, idea is that it's going to you can give it a stock. It's going to generate these reports for you, and then you can look at the reports and realize that oh, okay, some stock, and it's going to make it very easy for you to realize which stocks are conducive to dividend stripping and which are not conducive to dividend stripping.
Yep, it's prepared over to you.
Yeah, sir. So it's going to generate these reports and it's going to put it into this nice, neat little folder called Infosys, and you can then browse through these various reports. As you can see, I'm opening them up here. If you can see, uh, I think that is all from my side in the live demo.
So Hitansh, quite
Yes.
quite a different use case, okay? Because
Okay.
and it's close to stock trading, understood.
Mhm.
But your use case was all about incorporating NLP insights, right?
Fair enough. The what I had been told, or as I'm not putting in blame on someone, is the thing is that the problem statement given to us was you know to develop an app using NLP to help stock traders or to help trading.
Mm.
Now, NLP is a vast subject, we realize, right? Even the most basic fundamental forms of NLP, such as regex, such as cleaning, you know, just pattern recognition and the Levenstein-Damirov distance, which is basically how closely how close a word is to another word. So since you know how we saw that I typed Infi in it and it realized that it was Infosys, it's not a if-else statement. Simply, it's going to check against the Sensex companies the Levenstein distance, and then it's going to say that okay, this is probably what the user is asking. First, let me generate reports for those.
Okay. So you is it
So
on a live data or how is
yes,
it?
yes, absolutely live data, sir.
Okay. So what is my prediction, or which share should I invest then?
So if I can run this for all the 30 Sensex data, Sensex stocks, and what we will realize once we go through the reports is that Tech Mahindra stands out as one of the best shares for dividend stripping because one, you know, it offers dividends multiple times a year. Second, its shares do not dip across its dividend period. So, the strategy that we spoke about, buy 3 days prior to the ex date, sell 3 days late after the ex date.
When is that going to happen? Do you have any idea, or is it like just?
Yes. No. So I can poll that. So even that comes in. So before a company declares dividends, usually quite a few months prior, they're supposed to let out a document saying that, okay, we are going to declare dividends. So that is what we are showing as the announcement date. So you see this green line, sir, here.
Yeah. So agreed. The concept is understood by me. Okay.
Okay.
You tell me what are the next 3 stocks that I need to invest with your tool.
Sir, Tech Mahindra, Infosys, and Reliance was a good one. If I remember.
Where can I see that?
Sir, if you can see here, if I go to Reliance, you can see that T minus 3 days. Okay, my bad. Not this one. You can see that historically, Reliance stocks have been stable throughout this sort of dividend period.
Hitansh,
This is
sorry. You asking me to go into that folder, look for that particular 1, 2, 3, 4 PNG, and then determine.
fair enough.
That's Captain Marvel.
Fair enough.
Then go back, look for Hulk.
Yeah, fair enough. I realize your predicament, and
No,
the thing.
it's not a predicament. You know what? You got the right topic. You tried to be different. Okay, you nailed it. There's no problem. You're getting the data out, but you're not able to close it out saying, if I run this tool on your terminal, these are the top 3 stocks that you should invest on this particular date or this particular month.
That was a pipe dream, like it's just because of time constraints I couldn't get there.
Perfect. That was a future scoping?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where is
There's
that
a
on
lot
the
of future.
presentation now?
That is not there on the presentation.
I can't trust you.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, but feedback. NLP, basics you have used. You're quite different. You're not following the sheep, my dear friend. So fantastic, Hitansh.
Thank you, sir.
Something out of the box. If I was a trader, I would look at this particular tool, but needs to be a GUI driven. Okay. Also
Absolutely.
should be labeled out saying these are the top 3 stocks that you should buy.
Correct.
Why? Look at these particular sort of
Absolutely.
hyperlinks or sort of some sort of smileys or something of that sort.
Makes
which
sense.
will really enable me to buy it. Okay.
Makes sense.
Just a last inquisitive question.
Yes, sir.
Are you into trading, or is someone guiding you to do this?
So no, this was actually as a pet project. So my dad is into trading. He's not into trading, as he doesn't do it as a profession. He's part time, does it as a hobby. But this was something I had encountered, like 3-4 years ago, 4 years ago. That we just wanted to see. I had mom's stocks and a list of her stocks, and we just wanted to see what the dividends were, right? And then that is how I got into this whole cycle of, okay, I know what the dividends are they don't move that much. We can do X with this. We can do some dividend stripping with this. Now the pipe dream, why I said that the future scoping was just one small look was this T minus 3 days and this T plus 3 days, right? That is not it's not found in any textbook. It's a strategy that I have come up with, saying that, okay, 3 days is enough time for the market to stabilize. It is enough time for the fluctuations to die down. And what I wanted to do in the future was get an average of all of these 3-day periods, 6-day periods, T-3 to T+3 over the 5-year history of the stock. And if it is overwhelmingly positive, if the expected value of the stock is overwhelmingly positive, then you say that, okay, this is a strong buy. This is a strong buy or something like that.
Okay.
However, again, time restrictions was the problem.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
Is this tool scalable?
Absolutely.
How?
So two things. One is that once this gets scaled, once you have enough power, you can actually buy. Right now, I'm reverse engineering APIs. Okay, right now I'm reverse engineering APIs from Bombay Stock Exchange. But you can actually buy API endpoints from Bombay Stock Exchange, which makes it blazingly fast. That is one. Second, you can right now I'm using plain old CSVs. You can simply swap those out for any sort of any of your more fancier databases, MongoDB. You could even have a relational DB, something like SQLite and MySQL would just work perfectly fine. Also, that the load on the computer is quite low because it's more of sort of data mining, and you can put this onto this front end to actually be plot and do the hard work.
Okay.
So that's the way in my head it's scalable.
Hitansh, stop.
Yes, sir.
Last one. Can I use this tool on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, I have used it on a almost day-to-day basis, but we would need to simply expand the list of stocks that we have right now. It is curated to Sensex, the Sensex 30, but it can easily be expanded to the NSE 500 or BSE 500.
Okay. And if I'm doing it on a daily basis, every day the company is not going to declare dividends.
Correct. But some company might declare dividends on the day.
Might, right? Might is the big thing.
But
Every day I won't get dividends. So
absolutely.
So what's the frequency of this tool to be used?
Sir, it's about reducing the uncertainty to a point that it's going to be profitable, right?
No,
So,
you
for
still,
example, if you tell me that yes,
you're
sir.
going to bring a product out, you need to tell me what's the frequency of use for this tool.
At least once a month, and the accuracy of this tool I have found is quite good. So
No,
even
once
if you
a month, hold on, Hitansh. Don't oversell it. Once a month is what I can use it, right?
At least that is, I'm underselling that.
Okay, perfect. I don't have any questions on this particular use case. I am honestly sold. Okay, fantastic work done. Okay,
Thank you so much, sir.
Just looking at the entire technology to be used and all, we might need to have a discussion and
Absolutely.
come back. Okay, but on a technical front, on the NLP bit. Looking at stop words, looking at core reference.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, I think Atul didn't have the fodder to look at it. And honestly, I was looking at the same, that what sort of model are you using, regression or something of that sort.
Can I add to this?
Yeah, please, Atul
So
is our guest.
my original no, it was me who was saying, can I add to this? Sorry. It the My original thought was that, okay, when corporates announce that, right, when corporates announce dividends, they usually announce it in a text format. Okay, so you have to go and extract these sort of keywords, and you have to figure out, okay, which corporate announcements are for dividends, what time is the dividend going to be given, and what is the rate of the dividend that's going to be given.
Yeah,
So,
but Hitansh, it is natural language processing. I am not getting a sentiment out whether it is a positive, negative, should I buy, should I not, is it really good to look at or not. So if you're just looking at scraping data out and doing a regex, I am not saying it's not good, okay? But if there was a flavor of NLP, would really add a huge value. That's my feedback. I'm done. Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It done, Kushi, from my end.
Atul, sir, are you done?
Yep, same
Done?
from, we can
Okay.
proceed to the next one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hitansh.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so now we're down to the last one. Team 41. Team name is Team 41. Are you here, Hirak?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay. So you have 15 minutes to present. So this is the last one.
Good evening.
Kushi, just the earlier team was
Before this, 1 second. It was Team 90.
he was 90,
90.
right?
Yeah,
Hitansh
he was
was
90.
90.
90, yeah.
And now is
41.
41.
Yes.
Yeah, Hirak, one more thing. Don't go much into presentation. Just crisp, keep it crisp. What you have done, what algorithms you have used, and live demo of your tool.
Right. So, sure. So good evening. The tool that we have built as a team is NLP stock insight system. It is a Flask. Okay, I'll just go through the presentation quickly and then go to the live demo directly. Okay, so the tools that the main goal of our project was to that we have a prototype of the stock trading platform and that basically gives insight of every stock that you can search on NASDAQ. It incorporates NLP capabilities. Not only NLP, it undertakes NLP, NLU, and NLG. I'll show you the NLG part as well. And it helps traders to get an overview of what decisions they can take based on the algorithm that we have, right? Our approach was to firstly have an interactive dashboard, right? We used an NLP system that we used NLP I'll be showing you in the presentation, but we used NLU and NLG as well. Then there's data processing, obviously from the different API sources and some web scraping. And there is stock trading data that has been displayed with visual graphics and charts and everything. So it's very infographical. So it is easier for new people who are getting into stock trading to understand what is exactly happening. So the tools that we primarily undertook were NLTK for natural language processing. We use Python version 3.10. We had APIs such as Yahoo Finance, News APIs, and there is SEC APIs for the 10K analysis, which I'll be showing you. There's web scraping. Also, there is sklearn for prediction of the stock prices, where we use linear regression algorithm. Right. So the special features of our project would be that we have a new summarization system that helps you take an overglance of every news that it could find. So right now the limit is at 100, but we could just change the limit to simply be 1,000 or anything. So I'll be showing everything you in live demo as well. There's an NLP basic semi-bot. There's sentiment analysis, obviously, and there's buy-sell tips. Right? This all can be skipped, so I can show you the live demo. Moving on to the live demo, this is a Flask app, right, with a sole Python backend. So how the system works is you could search for any NASDAQ stock on the system. Let's say we hit up Google. So the word that you have to put in is the ticker for the stock. And it takes around 5 to 10 seconds to get all the data ready. But so right now, okay, so Google is ready. So I'll go through the features that are not NLP related first and then dive into NLP. So every time stock is loaded, you could simply redirect to the official website of that particular company. You get the name of the company and what sector is it serving, right? We get the live price, the highs and lows, the revenue growth, 52-week highs and lows of that particular stock, the dividend yield, and the volume that has been traded, right? We get the closing graph for 1 year on what prices did the stock close at, right? We also get the currency that we are dealing with. So this is our predicted data for that particular stock. This uses sklearn linear model of linear regression, and the training set is the entire maximum data that Yahoo Finance would provide us from the beginning of the stock till the current date, right? Based on, okay, I'll first go through all the graphs. We have volume traded for every month, and we have sentiment analysis. So how does sentiment analysis work over here is, as soon as you search the stock, we go through a news API plus web search for 100 news articles that 100 current news articles that we could find about that particular company, right? And then we do a sentiment analysis on each article. So article is basically the entire web page that the news was sourced from, right? Not just the title or not just the body, one single paragraph. So that is a dynamic data. Every time the news articles would keep changing based on what new data we have. So right now we have 100 news articles. So it gave us a neutral of 84, positive of 11, and a negative of 4. So out of the 100 news that it got and analyzed, this was the sentiment analysis. Now, each and every news article it went through is listed over here. So every news article's title is being redirected to the official source that where we got the news from, right? So this news was fetched from this web page, and similarly, this was fetched from this web page. Okay, the sources keep changing. Like in the presentation, I told you we were able to provide an overview of the news. So like you see, the news articles over here are pretty long to be read in over a minute or even 30 seconds. So what we did was we used NLP to get the, we used NLP we used scraping and APIs to get the data first into our system. We tokenize the words. We do all the basic rejecting and NLP stuff. Then we use NLU models to understand what the data is trying to say. And then we use NLG, that is natural language generation, to generate a small overview of what that entire article is trying to tell you. So as a trader, you can always just glance to this and understand that this whole web page that I want to look at will be giving me information related to this 2-3 lines, right? So we have our entire web page, entire searches that it searched for 100 for this particular application right now. That could be changed. It's just a variable in the system. Okay. Now we have the 10K analysis. So right now, 10K analysis is basically the quarterly report submitted by the company to the government. That is sec.gov's API. That is quite in the documentation to go through. We again use the same NLP, NLG, NLU algorithm to compress that data and make it very lame and readable and feed it over here. So right now, while testing, I reached the maximum limit of the SEC government API for free limit. And that is why it is giving me that 10 requests per second has been exceeded, and for the IP address may be limited for brief, but it was working. I do not know how to convince you, but yeah, I just crossed the maximum limit for it. Okay, so right now, we also got price prediction happening. So we take in every day, every closing price, a high, lows, and close that we got from the Yahoo Finance API for that particular stock from the beginning of the company. And accordingly, with a combination of sentiment analysis on the current 100 articles, plus on the previous balance sheet and stock prices, we generate a simple one-word reply if the purchase status for the stock is a negative buy or a positive buy. So right now, if you see, according to data, even though it is a positive sentiment analysis for the news about the particular company, the purchase status is a negative buy. Even though the stock trend is bullish, where not over here, but the entire data is favored to see. But it shows a negative buy because the prediction says that even though you'll be investing right now, you wouldn't be gaining much returns on the stock, right? So I'll be showing you 2-3 more stocks, and if you would like to try any stock, that is also possible. It is available for all, right? So personally, I had this is like a personal thing that I added. I am quite active on Twitter, where I follow people who post articles about companies and stocks, which sometimes I fail to understand what they're exactly trying to say in that particular thread or article, or even any news article in general. So what you could do is simply copy paste that particular article that you found difficulty understanding, right? Let's say I'll just get, okay, I can't. I'll just get some article from this news website, right? I'll just grab this, and I face difficulty understanding this. This is our Bloom semi-chat system, where you can just paste in that particular article and let the algorithm analyze the article for you. And it takes 2-3 seconds. And yeah, it provides you a positive analysis of the, like, this is the sentiment analysis, that it is a positive review about the company. Plus, it also does the same NLG algorithm on it to summarize the article for you in layman terms, so even you could understand what the entire thing was trying to say in simple words. Right, so you could search for any stock. Let's say we did Google right now. Let's do Pepsi. Again, it takes 2-3 seconds to process the whole data. So the way I solved the problem of processing this long period of time was using caching. So basically, every time a stock is searched on the system, it caches the data that it found from Yahoo Finance and the data that it trained upon, the model it trained. And whenever the next time you search for the same stock, it just picks up the data from the cache so that it is very quick for the user. So right now it is on the local system, but once we have a backend system running, it just keeps caching and continuously keeps collecting data. So it is quick for the end user to get access to the data. So right now for Pepsi, you see a positive buy because the stock trend tells that it has dropped recently and it is sure to shoot up again. And the overall positive analysis was also greater than the negative analysis. And again, these are the news articles that it went through, and everything is listed over here. And you could just go through the source again. So that is basically the project that we have.
Atul, you want to go first?
Yeah, Shripad, just something, Ira. So what NLP algorithms you used? NLTK.
NLTK, and for sentiment analysis, I use sentiment intensity analysis.
First of all, NLTK is not an algorithm. NLTK is a library just for
No,
text.
I did not say NLTK as an algorithm. I used NLTK as
Yep, it was a library just to clean your text and do some stuffs, whatever you want. And secondly, for time series, linear regression is not a best model. You can use ARIMA, Auto ARIMA, or SARIMA. We can just go over it and what it does. It's fantastic.
Okay.
It will give you a fabulous result.
What is the name again?
ARIMA. I'll write in the chat. Just give it a second. ARIMA, SARIMA, and once is Auto ARIMA. Just go over it and just Google it down what it does. It does fantastic job for you.
Right.
For time series, it is the best model. And for time series, you can use NLP algorithms also, RNN, LSTM. It will give you a fabulous result because LSTM has a memory channel in it. It will learn all the trends and patterns. It won't stuck at anywhere. So using linear regression won't give you a best result.
Yeah, but so our question statement had NLP as its main focus. So I would say
so NLP if NLP has its main focus, you should have used LSTM, RNN, bidirectional LSTM, not a linear regression. NLTK is just a library. Got my point? It's not an algorithm.
Right.
Yep. You have used regression to just predicted data. So for prediction, you can use regression, but time series model would be the best, and NLP algorithm would have done far more better than linear regression because no one uses linear regression.
Right. So that was not the primary focus because the statement said NLP related. So I was like, let's just give an additional feature that we could obviously work upon later.
Yep. So that's my feedback. Shripad, over to you.
So you got a lot of things on your screen, Hirak. Did you build this in 18 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I slept for 2 hours, to be honest. And it is, if you want to see the code, it is very it is very, it is just 2 files working everything out. There's one app.py and there's one home.html. All inline. I'm very bad at front end, so it's all inline CSS, everything tailwind. So there's no .css file as well. I really do not know how to do CSS. So it's all just Googled and how to do CSS and stuff.
Honestly, I'm really in awe. Okay. Fantastic presentation. Okay. The way the data has been put on is fantastic. If the 10K analysis would have been out, okay, it would really give you a thought or a stamped output saying it is bullish and you need to buy it. Okay. Now the only thing here is you're talking about positive buy, negative buy, but what about sell? What about hold? That is something was not there is because What is negative buy? I couldn't understand that, honestly. Yeah.
Negative bias basically do not buy.
Do not buy, yeah. But for me as a stock guy, I would say negative buy means बेचना है क्या?
Sorry.
हाँ, okay. तो मुझे बेचना है क्या? Negative buy means. That's what I was assuming. But negative buy means I don't need to buy it. So that is one thing. The other bit is whatever data you're generating and it is saying that it is bullish and it's a negative buy. Have you tried to correlate it with the live tools? Is your data getting you the right output?
So I had this one friend, Keval, who's not there in the presentation. He is really good with stocks and all. So he was the one verifying it with money control and Nasdaq stocks is what we primarily focused on. So he was the one verifying the data for me. And
okay. So what is it that is really showing up for Tesla?
So I'll just do it for Tesla. That would be TSLA.
Again, you are also the one who's got the share market ticker. Share ticker.
We thought of including something where the person could just write, and there is a JavaScript function also, but it doesn't work so well, which would basically
it's not user friendly, to be very honest.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back. Tesla, what is it saying?
It is saying a negative buy, that's do not buy, but the stock trend has been bullish since past couple of years.
Okay, my next question, when should I not buy? Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 1 month, 2 months?
This is negative buy for the current moment, like whenever you search. So the whole project began with the understanding that we would be developing a Chrome extension where if you're browsing the internet, you could just right click and then right click on the stock that you're searching. And
so it's going to give me real time information.
Yeah, it is all real time. We do not.
Will it change every hour?
So every time you hit the search query, it gets data from finance API, and every time news articles are different. So every second actually it would differ because every time it is pulling in new data. I'm not using the cache right now.
Okay. How can we confirm that?
So let's say that it is 133.86 and we have will China be the ultimate downfall for Tesla? I'll just put on Tesla again. If there are changes, it should just pull in new changes. Still 133.86 and okay, it did not change, but I have no system in the code that pulls in previous data. It just gets live data, whatever is available for it to work.
So this is something which I am quite inquisitive to know. Is it really giving me a real-time data or is it like a static data coming out?
No, I can show you the code if you want. It's app.py. So we use Yahoo Finance API. And okay, so I'll just scroll up to the news part. So this is the SEC government 10K analysis. This is where we're getting our 10K analysis from.
How did you manage to reach out over here? Because in today's presentation, I was asking for 10K, but nobody gave me that.
So 10K was again the idea of the friend that I'm talking about, who was not here in the presentation. Was like, it was his idea, so we could have quarterly reports summarized because not everyone understands how to do them, and it would be a really insightful thing to have on the system.
Okay. So for me, these are the only questions. Okay, if it is giving a real-time data and knowing that you have used APIs, I think that should really help. Okay, but yes, a solid development done. A true hyper automation or an intelligent automation sort of a thing. Okay, but yes, it missed the flavor of NLP. I think there could have been if 10K analysis would have been done using NLP. Okay,
it is done using NLP only. So whenever we make the call to SEC government, we get actually an HTML web page out. We pass it through beautiful soup to get we reject it of all the HTML tags and everything.
But is it showing on the GUI?
So that is what I'm saying. We have maxed out our limit of 10 requests while testing. But I could show you it in the sandbox that data we are receiving.
Can we see that?
So I'll just pull.
That's my last question, honestly.
Yeah, sure. So we had it. Upper. Um, let's see. Um,
I guess it's not the real time.
It is real time. I would not kid you on that. 10K analysis that are submitted, like they are submitted quarterly. So wait a second. I honestly just want to print this over here so that
It's not showing me real time. Fantastic. It's okay, but show me the code which clearly tells me that it's real time.
So,
Irrespective, the data is coming out, yes or no.
by real time that we are pulling it from the API and then passing the information, right?
Yeah.
So the first obvious thing would be there are no hard-coded files that have the database, and we do not have a database as such. The only job LIV was when you're testing caching system, that is Apple's cache. So as soon as you load the page, the first function we start calling is get stock data, right?
Are you storing that data somewhere?
What data?
Get stock data. Are you storing that data somewhere?
So get stock data, I tried storing it once. That is this joblib file, and I would again load it up. It's like joblib, or it is like the name for loading a model, I'm forgetting. But we tried caching also. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Then we put so was it news API is being called. I'll just search for it. Get news data. This is called as soon as you put in a request for the search, and whenever
News data, I can see there is a difference.
sorry, not news. Sorry. The 10K analysis. Sorry. Oh, I just confused myself. SEC is get 10K analysis. So every time you put in get 10K. Okay, so whenever you put in the search for a new stock by ticker, it gets a ticker from the HTML. Okay, and then we get the 10K data from the stock from that particular stock ticker. And what get 10K data would do is not only get the data in HTML form, which is not readable for our user interface, but it would also pass it through beautiful soup, which would just clear out the HTML tags for us. We have print soup, and then it goes over through every row of the data. And we get a summary. Get summary internal is another function that is just for internal calling. It does not directly pass any information to the web, and that would use NLP and NLG to get the data back about 10K analysis summarized.
Okay, just a silly question. You got an exception which says no 10K data available, not unavailable, right?
So for exception handling, I just ended up putting up try cases at the start of every function, if you see, and that is how I dealt with it for now, because 18 hours so having exception handling for every particular statement was quite tough. So if it gets an exception, it just prints it over here and just returns none as the data for me.
So honestly, Irak, the whole presentation today, I kept my technical side aside is because I didn't want to overwhelm around it. But looking at your tool, I suddenly that Keda started coming out, and the first thing that I observed was technical exception is missing. So I'm not stealing the thunder off, okay? But my feedback stays. Awesome job done. Getting everything in 18 hours, fantastic. You got the right ingredients in this hackathon, okay, for this particular tool. Fit for use is something that you need to tell me out of 10. Honestly, what would you rate your product on fit for use out of 10?
So honestly, for fit for use, I would I'll give it less, like 5.5, because it does not tell me much of information right now. Just my project statement was NLP to be used in stock. And can I be really honest with you?
Yeah, that's
so since Okay, so whenever we have college projects, right, and there is always one group that takes up stock market price prediction model, and I find it really a bad idea to use AI and machine learning to predict stock prices, because what is a human intelligence supposed to do there? If the AI is predicting stock price, or ML is predicting stock prices for you, then it is the same prediction that is happening for everyone, and that's the same buy and sell that is happening for entire people on the trading platform. I really think that stock trading is something where human intelligence should be used, because it is your personal call and everything.
Absolutely right. But somewhere your entire organization or the uni has clearly mentioned in a problem statement is to enable taking complex decisions. Okay, simplify complex decisions, decision making capabilities. Okay, and I think the tool should do that.
So that is what it does over here. So instead of directly getting a result from sentiment analysis alone, we go through sentiment analysis plus the previous stock financial statements and the data that is there with us. So we do not just give out negative buy based on one sole information.
Yeah. So I'm sold. You don't need to explain to me a lot. Okay. But the feedback, it's not just buy. You need to come out saying hold, sell. That should have been there. If it is bullish, what next? And I trust upon you that it's a real-time data. Okay. But if I would love to see the 10K analysis coming out, because 10K analysis would be a confirmed sort of a prediction saying Pepsi, you need to buy. Tesla, you need to be bearish or bullish, whatever. Okay, the 10K analysis would have been spot on. I understand you must have used up the credits, but for me, all ingredients packed. I have nothing to say. Honestly, a good work done, Iraq. Yeah.
Yes, this is the result that we're getting from the API right now, that I've used up my credit. But that is what I put in front of you. So it is fetching again. So I can like try it again.
But I don't have anything else. And don't use shortcuts. If there is an exception, print it. Okay. I say सफेद नहीं हुआ है ना.
I understand. I was really trained to deal with every exception and then put in different statements for it. I was like, let's just get it up and running. Even if like we only got it up and running for NASDAQ, I would lie over there. No BSC, no NSE, sorry.
Try catch, very important, and fix. Try catch and display it as none. Shady job.
But there have been no errors till now, so it's fine.
Anyways, I enjoyed the conversation with you, Hirak. Maza aa gaya. The end was beautiful, honestly. I think you're the last presenter, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think I have got 2 projects to discuss with Atul before getting the numbers out. So I don't have anything else. You can ask the man who is usually technically very solid. If there is nothing from him too, then I think we are good to close. Yeah. Atul, you have anything? I refer to you.
Yeah. Same thing. The major missing is the heart of the stock price prediction that everyone is missing. Not only you, from first presenter to the last presenter, everyone has missed that. Everyone has missed the the core idea of stock price. So we are not judging on now we have left judging on that thing. So we are judging on the same thing what everyone is doing, right?
Right.
So if you incorporate time series algorithms, what I have suggested you, if you can input something like the user can choose any year, any month, any day, and he can get an output that what will the price.
Right.
That would help him. अरे वो technically solid नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, invest तो कर सकता है ना.
कर सकता है.
Yep.
Understand.
वो 1 लाख रुपए इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेगा, ऑब्वियसली बात है. वो 10-20 हजार ही करेगा, डूबेगा तो 10-20 हजार डूबेगा, और 1 लाख नहीं करने वाला इन्वेस्ट वो. तो दैट्स द मेन पॉइंट. वो अगर आपके एप्लीकेशन में रहेगा, अमेजिंग. मैं अगर बिहार से हूँ, शिपैड इज फ्रॉम यूपी, हमें नहीं मतलब इंग्लिश से, वो क्या इंग्लिश में लिखा हमें पता ही नहीं है, इन शॉर्ट्स हमने देखा ही नहीं है. यू गॉट माय पॉइंट.
I understand.
योर यूजर मे बी फ्रॉम एनी पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. उसे नहीं मतलब है कि क्या इंग्लिश में क्या लिख रखा है, यार मैं तो सिर्फ नंबर्स जानता हूँ, बस नंबर डालूंगा, मेरे को चाहिए बस रिजल्ट. Something is that.
Right.
तो numbers पे होता है trading. Trading is not on analysis sentiment. Before you, I just gave an example to a presenter जहाँ पे उसने ये कहा था कि if there is a negative sentiment मतलब और there is something bad about that company तो stocks fall करते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होता है.
ऐसा नहीं होता. That is why I did not go solely on sentiment analysis.
Sentiment पे कभी
It
नहीं
has
होता.
a very low level of proportion to the final decision.
Sentiments पे कभी कुछ नहीं होता है. Elon Musk is exceptional. उसके बात नहीं कर सकते हम लोग. नॉर्मल लोगों की हम आम इंसानों की बात कर रहे हैं तो सेंटिमेंट्स पे कभी भी स्टॉक्स नहीं गिरेंगे.
Right.
Until unless he has done some biggest crime, तब तक स्टॉक्स नहीं गिरेंगे. क्राइम कर भी दिया तो अगर गूगल के सीईओ ने कल को मर्डर कर दिया तो फिर भी स्टॉक्स नहीं गिरेंगे. गूगल इज द बिगेस्ट सर्च इंजन. नाउ इट्स कमिंग विद स्पैरो. चैट जीपीटी के कॉम्पिटिटिव में स्पैरो भी आ रहा है यूजिंग अ डीप माइंड. So that is one of phenomenal.
The final goal would be to create a chat GPT for stock.
No, not
keep asking questions about whatever you want.
You have to pay $42 now, my dear.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah, that's very painful for me. But
it would be started billing all our cycles till now.
But I would suggest, every developer, I suggest entering into this domain, never use ChatGPT for coding. It will exponentially reduce your coding skills, and in the real time, you will just, fade away.
Yeah.
Like yesterday only while coding, we were discussing like the generation that's going to learn coding after ChatGPT has come out. They don't really know what Stack Overflow is going to be like. They will never get the experience of Stack Overflow and searching for the correct answers on the internet and internet as a whole, not only ChatGPT.
क्योंकि एक्चुअली क्या होता है ना, जो people who are doing ChatGPT ना वो बिना सोचे समझे कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं. And trust me, when you are presenting it to a manager, ना मैनेजर से दो चीज पूछेगा, क्यों और क्या. That's it. अब वो फंसेगा तो कोड फटा तो you can't explain it. क्योंकि आपने कॉपी पेस्ट किया है.
हाँ, you can just ask ChatGPT अगर ये टूट गया तो फिक्स करके देना तो
ChatGPT से पूछ लो कि 10+2 क्या होता है, बोल देगा 12. मैं बोल दूंगा नहीं 10+2 is 14. वो मेरे को बोल देगा ना you are right.
Yeah, it gives errors like unfortunately I have some, it gives some sort of I don't remember.
Yeah. So if you बहुत एकदम granular level पे सोचोगे ना, sentiment is never going to detect your stocks.
I agree.
Never ever. So that's the thing. So amazing presentation. You must have used any of the other algorithms rather than linear regression because it's out of the industry.
Right. It was never the final goal ki prediction karna. It was just an added feature because NLP was the main domain. So
yeah. So amazing feature. Yeah. So it was amazing presentation. That's all from my end. Yeah. Over to you, Khushi.
Okay. So yeah,
and
we're
great
done.
Thanks to Khushi also for bearing us.
Thank you, Khushi. Thank you.
No. So yeah, that was the last presentation, and with that we're done with all of the teams. Now I'll just conclude. Okay, so I'd like to thank whoever took part in Cypher 2.0 on behalf of the entire OC. This event would not have been a success without your excitement, inventiveness, and hard work. We were amazed by the number of attendees and the caliber of the projects that were showcased. And secondly, I'm very grateful for the jury. Thank you, sir. Thank you to both of you all for sticking with us for so long. It was a long time, but yeah, with that, we're done. I think if Suhani is here, she'll just communicate with you.
Can I just add one more thing? Can I request Shripad sir and Atul sir to just fill in the rubrics properly so that we have a total score of everyone? And yes,
Suhani,
thank you so much for joining us. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Suhani, I just need Atul on the call along with you and Khushi. And Hirak, you can drop off.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just leave.
All right. So, Shripad sir, I can communicate Atul sir's number with you if that's okay with you, Atul sir.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. So if you could drop in Atul's number on the chat, I can connect with him.
All right. I'll just put it in the chat over here then.
Yeah, sounds good. I think we're done for the day, right?
Yeah, sir. That's it.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, and really happy, and I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity. Special thanks to Suhani and Nisar who pulled me in early morning to get onto this. Honestly, didn't have any plans to join, but really appreciate for giving this
Thank you,
particular
sir, that you
opportunity.
could join us at such a last minute notice.
नहीं Swani, it was really fun. Okay, we learned a lot. Okay, and if I could contribute further to NMIMS with regards to automation and any sort of things, please let me know, and I'll be happy to contribute. Yeah.
Yes, I would love to have you both join us at Technique. It's going to be on from the 6th of February to the 8th of February at Mukesh Patel College in Juhu. We would love to have you come visit us and see our prep.
Absolutely. Just
Sure,
drop in a
I'll
note and
plan.
we would, at least I would try to remove some time out is because I still want to learn, and honestly, it's so much today. It's very difficult to leave off, and I think Kushi must have been bored
No,
the entire day.
actually, the discussions helped. Like even when it was streaming, I think everyone watching learned a lot, not just the participants.
Yeah,
So the feedback was
sorry.
really helpful.
Yeah, we were grilling to the core, honestly.
Yeah.
I never wanted to do that. But the only thing was you need to understand the subject clearly, okay?
Yeah.
Is because if you are delivering something at this moment at such a scale, I think you guys can deliver far better, and what the market is looking out is very important. And I think that is where we were trying to push it out. So technical, I think Atul was nailing it out. But yes, if you could pass on this message to everyone out there, you guys were fabulous. Okay. Just because you gave us an opportunity, so we had to determine who is one, two, and three. But for us, everybody was top notch, delivering in 18 hours such a product. I'm a product owner, so I know we deliver in sprints. Okay, our sprints are 10 days का delivery. वो भी half baked product. ये जो चलता ही नहीं है.
कोड पड़
ठीक
जाता
है?
है
हाँ.
कौन
But
prod पे
whatever you guys have delivered, I think you should please pass on that feedback to
Yeah,
everyone
sure.
out
Yeah,
there.
we'll get it across to them.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so
I
much.
think Sohani put the number, so yeah, it's there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The number in the chat.
We'll reach out to Atul. Okay. I will drop out. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, same. I'll.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Kushi. Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye.
I'm very scared to say something because I don't know what is streaming there, and I don't want to do another live
Okay.
moment.
Even I'm leaving, sir.
हाँ, चलो, bye bye.